Just share your own location. Right now? Ja. Oh, dat hebben we nog eens.
Testing 1, 2.
I hope it's. We just need a
Are you gonna talk loud? Testing 1, 2. Testing 1, 2. Can you hear me clear?
Testing 1, 2. Testing 1, 2. Are we good?
Okay. I don't know what to call this.
No, she did it.
What do you need?
Yeah.
Is it this one?
No, this is.
So what's the myself, or the same, going to the notion, and then it's too many of them.
Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, everybody. Goeiemorgen, Mulweni, Assalamu alaikum. Honorable Director, Dr. Bolina Ali Adam, CEO, Dr. Loudens Erasmus, the Registrar, Dr. Yasin Raycliffe, the Head of Institutional Planning and Strategy, Mr. Ridwan Jahuddin, the team who beautifully put this event together. We thank you. We welcome the B.Ed HOD, Dr. Chantal Mowers. We welcome all our academics, our colleagues, our guests, and a special mention of the special guest, Emeritus Professor Sean Fulyun, who is with us today, a previous lecturer at the University of Stellenbosch and currently serving at Cornerstone and serves on TOGI's Academic Planning Unit. Welcome to the TOGI Academic Colloquium 2024. We are honored and humbled to have you with us on this lovely morning. My name is Masluna Kamali. I'm the HOD for the PGCE program at TOGI and serving as your program coordinator today. At this point, I would like to mention and give reference and honor to our stalwarts and our pioneers who started colloquia at TOGI, Dr. Loudens Erasmus, Dr. Theo Westraat, and also Dr. Adeline van As, who was crucial and They were crucial in the early stages of the establishment of TOGI and having it recognized as an academic institution. We have grown from a small institution in the Science Center, in Observatory, to this beautiful venue that we have at the moment. So we thank everyone who contributed to that growth. Today, I also just want to say that it is World Mental Health Day today, and we want to ask everyone to always be mindful of the fact that we are working in a space where we deal with young adults who face many challenges in their lives. This morning, as we were driving here, my husband was bringing me the stats that they were informing of on the radio indicated that the percentages of mental health concerns that is happening in our youth and in our young adults today has escalated dramatically. We, as people in the education sector, have a very important hand to play with the youth and educators who are going out to work with youth in our communities. We have a very important role to play. So I thank you for allowing me to bring that in here as well, and I welcome you. I hand over now to our Honorable Director, Maulana Ali Adam, to officially welcome you as well.
Thank you. Assalamu alaikum. Good morning, everybody. Goeiemorgen. Sambonani. I won't do the whole 11 languages, but I think that's enough. I think Masmuna has welcomed you people. I know there are probably more people out there in the live stream. It is being live streamed, so I'm sure many more are at home or in their offices or wherever they are to follow this colloquium. Functions of this nature in every group, in every society, but more so in academic circles is very, very important because it provides the opportunity to bring things to the table that we discover amongst ourselves many a times. The experiences as lecturers, the experiences as HODs, the experience as a CEO, the experience as directors, in our case in the field of education. And that's where the colloquiums become very important to know what is happening out there in our own circle as well as in the global arena, nationally, at every level. We are in many ways, if we look back to the previous century, in a cycle that is very unique in the history of human beings or the history of mankind. And it all probably was brought to the fore, more so because of our weaknesses as human beings in terms of going through the experience of the First World War and the Second World War and all that happened almost from 1913 up to 1939 when the Second World War took place. And then as a result of these very, very critical historical factors that took place at that time, a lot of changes took place in the world, almost in every area, whether it was medical because of the amount of killings and injuries of the soldiers in the wars, whether it was educational in terms of different kinds of training, huge advances in technology as an offshoot of the need to have the best weapons, maybe negative connotations, but mankind benefits in the end when these kind of happenings happen, even the negative aspects of our being human. But there's two things that one can take up. There are many things, but in the context of an educational institution, and the reason for which we decided to have a teacher training college like TOGI is quite significant. We decided 41 years ago to open schools for religious schools, but more so for the purpose of providing quality education for those who can't afford it. However, that syndrome in the 41 years has changed, and those schools that emerge in the 41 years have virtually become, to a large extent, more affluent and rich schools. Social changes, the needs of the community. So that vision of providing the poor got lost a little bit. But the activities that took place and are still taking place is bringing a lot of new knowledge in terms of education, especially in the training of teachers. Both our wars and technology advances has created new scenarios. But at the same time, it has to be placed in a global context. We won't be able to avoid that. We have become a global society, and everything impacts. One great discovery in New York or London or Amsterdam or Paris, at these top universities, whether it's Harvard or Cambridge or Oxford or Sorbonne, it has an impact globally, immediately. So we cannot ignore the global scenario. Among all these happenings, education or the teaching field or the training of teachers, it becomes more significant in how we go about it. And then we have to look at all the different examples. Finland's teaching cannot be used in Langa or Guguletu or Soweto. It's meant for Europe and that class of society that is already advanced in many, many ways. So if we in South Africa are going to keep saying, let's do what Finland does, it's not going to work. So as a teacher training college, our lecturers, and I'm sure it is being done because already in the 7 years, and since our teachers have been qualifying, wherever they have gone, they are proving to be very good teachers. And that is not to praise ourselves, that's a reality out there. One of the top Cape Town primary schools, I think the Rustenburg Primary or something, I don't know if I got that referring to the right school, but one of them, they have decided that they will not employ a teacher in the future that is not from Togi. They already have 7 or 8 teachers that are Togi teachers, and the principal has indicated that all recruiting of teachers for their particular school has to come from Togi. Now, there's something in the Togi student, there's something that you are doing that people are taking a note of. They are popular. I know in our schools in Athlone and Belgravia and Crawford and Midges Plain, they are keen to have students that qualify at Togi. So the word is getting around. It's early days, but you are doing a good job. You are successful. You have, in many ways, been able to produce that quality of teacher, that kind of teacher that fits into this Western Cape syndrome. You know, I've got an earphone, so it rings. I have to switch it off. And so what I want to emphasize in the few minutes that I have is that we need to continuously think globally. It's easy for me to say don't use the Finnish model, but you've got a lot to learn from the Finnish model. It is unique. I'm using them as example. There are maybe many other communities and countries that we do. The latest one that I read about the Finnish model last year is a bit crazy. But there are schools there now where you can get in one little room like this, in one corner, a grade 12 class, and in the same, without a partition, in that corner, a grade R class. How that works, don't ask me, but it's happening in a few schools in Finland. And the grade 12 student on this corner, or the grade 11 in that corner, the grade 10 in the other corner, has the freedom to go into the grade R class and do something there. They've got a way of managing, they've got a different setup, discipline, and those issues are not the same as it works there. but we need to know that. However, if you go to the eastern part of Sudan, where long before all this talk of refugees was taking place, there are 50,000, not refugees, but 50,000 school-going children in one of the oldest refugee camps in the east of Sudan, between Sudan, Eritrea, Somaliland, which is existing for probably about 40, 50 years, if not longer. How do you teach them? The government can't afford it. There are no buildings for schools. And the few children from those refugee children who have reached matriculants become the teachers. And they are doing a fairly decent job of teaching. No training, no teaching qualification, reached matric, that's all they have done. Whether they pass matric or not may not be an issue. But how are you going to train a teacher to go and teach there? All the new scenarios are taking place. And Togi's vision, I'm mentioning this different instances, is that we train a teacher in the 4-year B.Ed to become a teacher that can go into that refugee camp and can go to Langa and Soweto and can go to Belgravia and Crawford and Weinberg, and then also can go to have the potential to go to Bishops or to Sachs. That's the kind of teacher that when a doctor is trained, he can't say, I'm only going to treat poor people, I'm not going to treat the rich people. I want the rich people because they got the money, I'll charge them more. So that level of training, and I know from the little bit that we follow of what our lecturers are doing, those elements are there. But it requires training as well. You cannot, in our Mannenberg Free School, where all this idea of having our own school emerged, you cannot give homework. You can give homework, but realizing that I'm not going to ask them, did you do your homework? Because last night, I'm a student in grade 10. I couldn't do homework. I would not be able to even take my textbook out of my bag, which I had to use as a pillow, because my brother who was on the drug might steal it and sell some of the thing away. That's the circumstances of 80% of our 900 children. And then in the morning when you come, Togi needs to train the teacher to look at a glance within less than a minute and say, no, no, no. Yasin, something is wrong with you today. I must see it on his face within seconds, because I'm going to now plan for the rest of the day, the different classes I go to, how I'm going to teach today. Because there's one person in that class was obviously disturbed last night because the two siblings were fighting. They come from two different gangs. The one had taken drugs, the other one was in another gang. So there's a gang fight among siblings. There's a use of drug among siblings, and I'm not even including the parents. 80% of the children don't have a father syndrome. They don't know who their father was. And the mother that is there is on drugs. I'm the eldest child, mostly girls, and I must give something for mommy because mommy is lights out with drugs last night. I must leave a little bowl of porridge for her when she gets up. I must see that my 5 other brothers and sisters are ready for school, and then I can go to our school in Mannenberg. Is that kind? So Togi's goal is quite phenomenal. It's quite big, but it is possible, and it can be done. And already there's something that you are doing. You are imparting something because our Togi teachers are coping with that. We have 18 of them in our own school that I'm talking of in Mannenberg. There are several in other schools in that area. But keep in mind, for the last 3-4 years, we are graduating. We're having the next graduation on Saturday. There's quite a few hundred of our teachers out there, and people are taking note of their abilities. So even without a very calculated plan, we are achieving, because the quality of our lectures is you are giving some message. We don't have to go to the detail. It could be a topic of another colloquium or another meeting and all that. But in conclusion, what I want to mention is that when we say things, we are not using fancy words, that TOGI has to become. It's a must for TOGI to become the leading teacher training institution at a global level. And the reason why I can say that, not because I want to sound flamboyant or anything of that kind, our own experiment, we started our own school, the kind of school we wanted with a faith-based background. We started with the first one in London, and that was done by Cat Stevens initially in 1983, Yusuf Islam. And then we did it in 1984 in Cape Town. And that phenomena in 41 years has grown to a mind-boggling figure of close to 50,000 schools in 40 years. So when I say global, we have experienced it. At a different level, higher education works differently, schools work differently, but it can become global because we have become a global society. The word gets around. This is happening in Cape Town, and that is happening. Why, for example, does Amazon use Cape Town as the base for their entire IT? Amazon is a huge business, you all know about it, but their IT infrastructure is here a few kilometers from here. And it will move to the new site just around the corner from Pinelands. So there's something in South Africa. Why are the South African IT students excelling? They make the best software engineers globally. Field of space IT, bulk 80% are coming from India. They are the IT specialists globally. So something is happening. We can't at national and provincial level. That's where you work, that's where you are based, but the thinking must be global. And therefore, TOGI is in that mode. And finally, I just want to thank all of you. Whoever is listening, whoever is here, I can go on talking. I can give you lots of examples because that's my hobby, so to say. And that's how we're going to grow. But don't for a moment think that when I say global, it's not going. It's already happening. The Americans have already asked us, when are you coming to the USA? USA, for whatever reason, doesn't bother too much about teachers. They have very good teacher training institutions, but they have 800,000, and that was when TOGI started 6-7 years ago, 800,000 unqualified teachers, and there is no program to make that 800,000 into qualified teachers. There's no program. So they say, TOGI must come, and the reason why they asked TOGI to come there, because it's online. That's the first reason. The second reason is the cost. A B.Ed degree in the United States costs just over $1 million. It's about 1.2 million. TOGI's B.Ed and the other B.Eds in South Africa is not even 200,000 for the 4 years. So in that terms, a lot of poor people in the United, and there are lots of poor people in the United States, will be able to do the TOGI course. And the professors at Templeton and Georgia University are keen to attend to the practical side of our teachers. They'll organize the 5-week practicals and do any of the work with those 800,000 students. So there's a world out there that we can step into. The Gulf is absorbing bulk of our teachers, South African teachers. There is probably not a single school in the Gulf that doesn't have 1 or 2 or 3 or even more South African teachers. Every month from our own school, 2 or 3 have left in the course of this year to go and teach somewhere in the Gulf. So there's a whole scenario there. I've taken a bit of more time, but think big, people. We are important. We maybe in Africa, but we can give a service to the global world in a way that we ourselves can't imagine. Thank you very much, Dr. Lawrence, and thank you for the extra time. Also excuse ourselves. But when I say we appreciate what you all are doing, we mean. Thank you.
Thank you so much to Dr. Maulana Ali Adam for his director's welcome. Certainly, the world is our oyster, and Togi will be taking its offerings globally, as Dr. Adam indicated. I think it's very important that we appreciate the acknowledgement and the validation that our Togi cohort of academics, since its inception in 2017, if that's the correct date, Dr. Lawrence, has up till now contributed to the collective education sector in South Africa and the world. As Dr. Adam indicated, contextually effective, transformative educators that's being sought out by institutions of education. Thank you, Dr. Lawrence. Yes.
Masnuna, the program director, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, it's a wonderful event to be together. In the absence of Dr. Adam, it's always inspiring to listen to him. His reference to young South Africans working at Amazon is his grandson, a young, brilliant graduate from UWC, working at the Amazon new offices in Cape Town. So in his absence, thank you very much, Dr. Adam. It's always I've asked him this morning to refer to the whole concept of Togi being globally recognized. In our newly formulated strategy plan, we work with a concept of a global educator. And I always ask myself, but how will you do that? How will you be able to deliver deliver global educators? And if you read my little forward in the program, I said there, you don't do it by recycling existing knowledge. You do it by way of inventive originality. And inventive originality can only be created on the basis of research. And therefore, this is a wonderful day today to have our colleagues, our lecturers, also you that are joining us virtually, our lecturers, and our respondents, to have you here today to hear your voice. I always said in the past, what's going on in the classroom with teaching and learning, that's the DNA of what a tertiary institution and a teacher education institution is doing. And so we have huge respect for what you are doing as our teachers, but also your research work that you are going to share with us today. I've read each summary of each of your presentations, and we are looking forward to engage with you. I will always also mention something about your presentations and about your work. Thank you for being here with us. Thank you for your preparations. Thank you to our respondents. Thank you to the team. Masnuna said if I'm going to mention names, I'm going to leave someone out. Thank you for the entire team who made today possible. And then our pioneers, Hugh, Dr. Adrien, Dr. Pam Miller. I'm so sorry, Doc Pam, that I forgot all the colloquia we had in our humble office at the Science Center. We had multiple colloquia in that early years also, where colleagues and lecturers, also people whom we invited, shared their research with us. Yeah, and it's for me an inspiration that you are with us today and still being part of this history, and also for you to engage with a new and a later generation of our Togi colleagues. Thank you so much for being here. It's wonderful to have you here today. And then last but not least, Professor Sean Viljoen is member of our academic planning unit, associate professor, emeritus professor at University of Stellenbosch. He wrote a book about a son from District 6, Richard Reeve, who wrote his most well-known novel, Buckingham Palace District 6. I've read his book. My copy is with Masnuna at this stage. She's reading my copy. I've read his book and I said to him, he became a good friend. He's working in our academic planning unit also. All these work on postgraduate qualifications. His hand is in that work. And I said to him, it was such a lively story when I read that book. And I said to him, take me to the places where Richard Reeve, where he lived, where he stayed, and eventually did his doctoral degree at the University of Oxford. And the seminar room today in Oxford being named after Richard Reeve. When I read his book, I saw what is inventive originality, what is good research that bring life to this world where we are living in. And now I'm done, Masnuna. Thank you so much. May your presentations inspire us all today. And thank you for being here. Thank you.
I just want to adjust this on that part because the messaging to say that the annual is more annual. Thank you so much, Dr. Lourens, for your welcome address. As always, incorporating and addressing everyone, not leaving anyone out. And that is something that I always value at Togi, that as the institution has grown, the family grows. People believe, but they also stay, even though they have left. And it's wonderful to see that because we always enjoy each other's company inside. I'd like to now just do a little bit of house rules, if I may. Just for the guests who are at our offices for the first time, if you need to exit to go to the bathroom, remember the bathroom is the first one on the left as you exit by the door. The lady who's further down the corridor at the end, also on your left-hand side. As for the process of the program for the day, there are 4 sessions for the day. Session 1 and session 2 will be myself and Kaveh narrators will be Mr. Kaveh narrator will be presenting. The facilitator for that session is Mr. Tindai Makaramika, and he's joining us online, so I hope that you can hear us. For session 2, there will be the arts academics, Ms. Margot Wood, Mr. David Butler will be facilitating her session. Then there will be Mr. Willem Mostert and Mr. Robert Henny will be facilitating that session. Then we're going to a tea break. Tea is through this doors over here, as you saw this morning when you came in. Lunch is also served on that side. In session 3, we will have Dr. Chantal Mowers, and she will have her facilitator, Ms. Shante van Wyk. That will be followed by Mr. Rashad White, who will have his facilitator, Ms. Amanda Olivier, and she's also joining us online. So I hope that she can also hear us well enough and that she'll be able to hear Mr. Rashad White well enough as well. The mic is with you, Dr. Lourens. Thank you. Then following Mr. Rashad White, I said Samantha Olivier will be facilitating that session. We have Dr. Samantha Hoffman, and she will have her facilitator, Ms. Shana Zas, and the last presentation will be done by Ms. Amber Clark, who will have her facilitator, Mr. Harold Abrams. I didn't see Harold here this morning yet. He said he was joining. She's joining virtually. Thank you so much for confirming that. And that will take us through to the end of the day where our Honorable CEO, Dr. Lourens Erasmus, will close, and we will have a vote of thanks by Mr. Ridwan Jawuddin. So that is our program for the day. I am the first speaker for the day, so I'm just going to stay here at the podium. And my presentation is a basic report on the UNISA 10th Annual Academic Symposium that was held at the Cape Town campus, and it was held between the 11th and the 12th of September. And the topic for this symposium was unpacking the intersection between academic support, co-curricular activities, and graduateness. It is a very important symposium that they had. And I basically just copied their preamble that they had in their prospectus on the day. I'm not going to read through the preamble too much, but what I'd like to just say is that the important aspects that is highlighted in this preamble is that there are ongoing discussions in higher education that focuses on the effective academic support, co-curricular activities, and the concept of graduateness, the interconnectedness of these three important aspects. It is based on and on the background of 21st century dynamics and challenges due to technological advancements, diverse student demographics, and evolving employability standards. All higher education institutions have to have in-depth understanding of the impact of these 21st century advancements and demographics that plays a key role in our cohort of students and how they receive and approach and access higher education and how they successfully transition through it and graduate out of it. Graduateness, as the symposium indicated, is a very fluid concept without a universally accepted definition, and it's encompassing competencies aligned with workforce demands, varying by institution and context. And later on in the presentation, I will speak about how Togi has addressed revisioning what graduateness means for the institution. Then a very important aspect that came out at the symposium was also co-curricular activities, and it was seen as being vital for developing attributes associated with graduateness and offering opportunities for personal and professional growth. And these activities include community engagement, leadership, cultural immersion, and entrepreneurial ventures, contributing to the formation of a well-rounded individual. The thing that came through very strongly at the UNISA conference was humanity, empathy, qualities that I think in higher education, I myself as a student, I've been to private higher education institutions. I have been a student at UCT, I've been a student at the University of Johannesburg, and currently a student at UWC. And the focus in my experience as a student has always been this hardcore academic delivery. Hardcore academic delivery. And it's fine because we need to have academic delivery, we need to have research output, but at some point, the question is now being asked, humanity, empathy, where does this come in our higher education institutions? How do we thread this through our curricula? How do we thread this through our projects and our programs and our events that we present to our students? And so the object that is presented at the symposia is that in the center of all of this is student success. And you cannot have the student success without having the three elements that was being presented at the symposia: academic support, co-curricular activity, and graduateness. They cannot be separated from one another. So why can they not be separated from one another was the question that was being addressed also at the symposium. Academic support, they said, enhances student success. Academic support services, examples such as tutoring, advising, counseling, technological support, library support, online pedagogy support, improves student retention, it improves their progression, and thus it improves graduation rates. And also then it improves institutional understanding and institutional identity in the student as well as in the community. What did they say about co-curricular activities and why it contributes to student success? They said that it fosters holistic development. Co-curricular activities, they said, example, establishing clubs, volunteer work, institutional project participation, develop essential skills such as leadership, teamwork, and communication, complementing academic learning. In the symposium, what they were presenting was that this cannot be left out of academic delivery. Okay? And then the third thing they said is that this is where it aspires to graduateness. Graduateness, they said, prepares work-ready graduates. Graduateness initiatives, example, career development, mentorship, equips students with attributes and skills required by employers and enhancing thus employability. Dr. Maulana Ali Adam spoke about the global world and the changing world. And as I said earlier, the symposium had as in the foreground the technological advances that's happening in the world. We need to develop students who are able to go out into the world and not be stifled by what they find when they get into a job. They must be ready. They must be able to tackle any task that is that they are approached with. So how the symposium was presented was that it had 3 parallel sessions that were happening, and this is just a copy of the program. And they divided the sessions into the themes of the symposium. You had to choose. You couldn't attend all 3 at the same time unless you just cut yourself up into 3, which I didn't want to do. So you had to choose which session you wanted to attend, and I felt I wanted to attend the community engagement and the graduateness sessions more over the other topics that were spoken about. And the one presentation that I attended was community engagement for transformation, a pilot outreach program on the Cape Flats. Being from the Cape Flats myself, I was drawn to this topic here, and it was interesting that this topic was listed as a community engagement project. And the doctors, the 2 doctors were from UWC, and they were presenting that they were having matriculant intervention programs on the Cape Flats for maths and science students. They highlighted that the reason why they focused on the maths and science is that in the Cape Flats schools, maths and science has become a no-go area subject. Many schools on the Cape Flats don't even offer maths and science anymore. They don't offer physics anymore. They are humanities schools. It's your business studies and your accountings and your languages and so forth. But maths and physics they're steering away from because they feel that students in these schools, from the backgrounds that they come from, they don't have the skill or the acumen or the ability to do maths and physics and science. And these 2 doctors from UWC have said, no, we're actually going to intervene in this, and we're going to try and see how we can support these learners and successfully get them through high school, through matric, doing maths and physics and science. And for me, what was interesting is, as I said, coming from the Cape Flats, I have never heard that this project is happening on the Cape Flats. And they indicated that they are in schools in Hanover Park, which is where I live. They are in schools in Manenberg, and they are in schools in the Delft and the Elsies River area. And they are having absolutely amazing success stories. But how is this a community engagement project, and how are they having their students in their university participate in this community engagement project? What they said was they are from the UWC, I can't remember the science department, but it's a very, very complicated, high-ended science department. And they have partnered with the maths department and the education department. And they're using the students in those departments to serve as tutors in the schools that they are rolling out this project in, and they are having absolutely great success. So that was a good one to attend, and an example of how community engagement can be embedded and threaded into our delivery of our academic projects. Then the next item, the next presentation that I attended was the so it was the third one here at the bottom. It takes a village to produce a graduate, creating communities of learning through a first-year development course. And what was interesting about this concept of the last one that I attended was the focus here was on graduateness, but the presenter took her presentation back to a very community-based approach. I remember when we were children, you were the child of the community. Everybody in the community had a hand in raising you. My mother was a single mother. She was working. My grandmother raised us, but the neighbors next door all knew who Masnuna was. And they would come to my grandmother and say, "Oh, I see Masnuna's playing over there. What is she doing there? Go and see." Or they'll bring you home. And the other neighbor 3 houses down was the one who made sure that you got to school. And the neighbor this side was the one who fetched you from school. And so the whole community raised a child. And this Bonani Dube was speaking about how that has been a bit lost as generations have developed, but how we need to go back to that. Not just in our communities, but in our institutions. At Togi at the moment, we only have a faculty of education. We hope to grow. And what he was presenting was how different faculties are leaning on each other to support the students in their specific faculties and in their specific departments, and how they are collectively doing projects together to develop their students and the students' communities that they come from. It was a very interesting presentation, because while it was threaded in community development and engagement, it was speaking so much to graduate qualities and attributes: leadership, community responsibility, humanity, empathy, taking responsibility, having critical views and analysis of a group, a community, a project, and so forth. Because the students are not just doing the projects, they have to write about it, they have to report about it, they have to publish articles about it. So it was very, very interesting to see how they were engaging on this. The second day was very interesting for me as well. I just need to take a sip of water. The theme continued, and I was very delighted to see that on day 2, one of Togi's graduates was a presenter at the UNISA conference, at this UNISA symposium. Ms. Yumna Alexander, she is a graduate from the B.Ed program. She graduated this year, March, completed her B.Ed with Togi. And what we know of Ms. Yumna Alexander is that she has, for many years, been working in the Manenberg, and I've learned from her on that day in the Delft community as well, where she has a night school for school dropouts from the community. And she presented on how impactful just the idea of access to an opportunity to attain your matric is a lifeline for the people of this community. Again, it's community engagement, but what was beautiful about Yumna's presentation was that you could sit there, I could sit there proudly as a Togi representative and see how one of our graduates is doing wonderful work in her community. And that was wonderful to see as well. Then the last presentation I attended was the one on revolutionizing justice, how the Incarceration Nations Network is pioneering transformative prison reform. You will see that my leaning towards the sessions that I attended was, I think, influenced by the exposure of what I see in my own community. And this project here are dealing with prisoners who have been imprisoned for whatever reason and providing academic support for them too to get through school, to get to university. The presenter of this session was a previously incarcerated gentleman. And he very proudly says that he would never have had the opportunity to stand today to represent the Incarcerations Nations Network had they not been available in the prison where he was a prisoner. He is today one of their deputy managers in their institution. And what he was trying to say was that they are delivering a service as a reformative opportunity for the incarcerated persons, but also it's not just left there. They support them once they're out of prison, ensure that they can find employment, ensure that they continue to check in with them on their families and so forth. And what they also try to do is have these graduates who they have supported give back in the same way that the institution is giving back. So it was very interesting to witness the different types of projects that is seen as community engagement opportunities. And later on in my presentation, I'll say, and I'm going to get to that now actually, as in what does it all mean and how is it being addressed at Toby was my question that I was asking myself. So first of all, the integration of academic support and co-curricular activity and graduateness is so important in that it enhances student experiences and outcomes, and we have to acknowledge that, we have to understand that, and we have to know how we are going to ensure that this objective and outcome is attained once our student graduates. It develops lifelong learners and global citizens. This is the core two aspects of why these three concepts have to be at the forefront of our understanding and our thought processes when we are even just considering a lesson plan. What is it that we're putting in our lesson plan that is going to align with the vision and the mission of the institution? What is it that we're putting in our lesson plan? What resources are we sharing with our students that is going to align with achieving those graduate qualities? What is it that we are mentoring our students about that is going to help them achieve becoming a global leader one day? So this is why the symposium was important. And now I want to just unpack the three aspects specifically and what's happening at Togi. Addressing student support at Togi. This is something I think that we can be very proud of at Togi. Student support at Togi is designed to support academic success, personal development, and overall well-being. The institution provides academic advising, learning support, health and wellness services, and disability support. These services operate in a holistic manner, ensuring that all aspects of students' experiences are considered. Togi also employs various platforms for students' communication, online counseling, and peer support program. I mentioned in the opening about mental health wellness. We take this very seriously at Togi. We understand the challenges that our students face. We have established in the coordination leadership with Ms. Raisa Mohammed Raycliffe, a student support for success unit. The unit is doing such good work, and we are very proud of the work that they are doing because we understand the relevance and the importance thereof. How is Togi addressing graduateness? In 2023, we workshopped the concept of graduateness and wanted it to align with the institution's vision and mission. I'm not going to read through all of these, but we came up with concepts and ideas that we want to ensure our graduates exit with. And I think it's important for us to actually share this with all of our lecturers, with all of our academics, if we haven't done so yet, to ensure how they can thread these concepts through their module delivery. You will see empathy is one of the things that we also spoke about, social responsibility and ethics, an entrepreneurial mindset, the ability for lifelong learning, emotional intelligence and well-being, collaboration and teamwork. These are all qualities that we want to see our graduates exit with once they leave the institution. addressing co-curricular activities at TOGI. I hope that Dr. Lawrence is not going to fire me after this. No, you won't. At UNISA, at the UNISA Symposia, co-curricular activities was used interchangeably with the ideas of community engagement. TOGI has in the past and present engaged in projects that can be placed under the concept of co-curricular activities and community engagement. UNISA at the symposium, they were grappling with how they, as an online distance learning higher institution, find ways to grow in the area of co-curricular activities and community engagement. And I'm placing the same question to Togi here today. How do we, as an online distance learning institution, grapple with this concept? We have done projects in the past. We're currently doing some projects. I beg to say we need more student involvement in these community engagement projects. And this is a task I'm going to put out there, an ask I'm going to put out there to the CEO, to our colleagues, all of us together collectively need to find ways how we can do this. So the points of significance, and I'm coming to the close here, extracted from the UNISA Symposium and from what is already in place at TOGI. Academic support is key for student success. Co-curricular activities is key for holistic development. Graduate initiatives is key for employability. The integration for enhanced students' experience and outcomes is very important. Long-term benefits for lifelong learning and global citizenship is at the core of what it is that we want to achieve for our students. And how do we measure this? How do we measure that we are achieving that? Student retention and graduation rates. We have to see how our students go through our program. Employment rates and graduate destinations. Where are our students subsequent to leaving TOGI? Student satisfaction and engagement surveys. This is something we are constantly doing at TOGI. Alumni success and achievements. What happens to our students after BEd, after PGCs at the end? Do they go to postgraduate studies? Do they become publishers of journal articles? Do they become professors in universities? What are our students doing? Industry partnerships and collaborations, these are very important and key, and it's something I think TOGI already has a good hand on. That is all from me at this point, and I want to thank you for lending me your ears and allowing me to present to you feedback from the conference that I attended at UNISA. Thank you.
Sorry, you are the chair and the presenter
No.
the same breath. Thank you so much. And maybe you must just ask if there's any comments or any
Yeah.
engagements. I know that the HODs, the academic divisions, are working very hard on incorporating all these things you have shared with us in our strategy plan, in our
Yes.
operational plans.
Yes.
But you said very important things. And thank you so much. And if colleagues want to react, please do so.
I'm open to any engagement. I'm married though, but I'm open to engagement. Doesn't look like there are any. Oh, Rashad.
Just
Thank you.
from my past experience as a student, CPT, we used to go out to prison, the local prison, and do community engagement
Yeah.
with children's zones. So we would have to do, we are compelled to do at least a certain number of notional hours to go and teach within those
Wow.
facilities. I think that's something that we need to also
Wow.
look at as an engagement project for students.
That is a brilliant example and idea of how we can actually involve students in community engagement. Thank you for that suggestion. Anyone else? Any thoughts? Any ideas? I actually go ahead, Shante.
I would just also like to say that I really appreciate what came out from the presentation regarding student engagement, which is something that I'm really passionate about. And it allows one to reflect on your years when you were coming up in an undergraduate degree program. And one thing that was really profound in my journey in support and more, the supportive side of being a student was belonging to a mentoring program.
Yes.
And so instead of just having the lecturer being the expert and having to engage with the lecturer, which is a different power dynamic thing to them,
Yes.
all of that. having to engage with peers is something completely different. And so we would have, for example, senior students, fourth year students, third year students, uh, to engage and support our first year students.
Okay.
And that also allowed us to really retain those students and push them because it's students that know the journey,
Yes.
that has walked that journey,
Yes. Yes.
and that are ready to say you can make it through, and I'm here to assist and
Yeah.
support you.
I absolutely love that. I know you who have been a student at UWC. My sons have been students at UWC, and I appreciate that aspect that they have in support for their students. What my grapple at the moment is, and what UNISA is grappling with, how do we as online distance learning institutions achieve? Our students do need us. They do need, and you're quite right.
Yes, I can hear you loud and clear. Can you hear me as well?
Sorry, show them something. Yeah.
Okay, are we ready? I think I'm ready, Dr. Lawrence. Okay. Okay, so as I said that the pertinent question I seek to answer this morning is, how do communities of practice influence knowledge sharing, collaboration, and professional developments among faculty members in private higher education institutions? Also, what are the key factors that influence or hinder the effectiveness in teaching and learning, and thereby expanding the scope to private higher education institutions to offer teaching education courses, more on online pedagogy and course delivery? Mr. Cameraman, please make sure you've got my good angle. I know we've been having technological issues. Getting back to business. So, communities of practice can be described as a group of individuals who share common concerns, set of problems and interests in a topic and collaborate to gain deep knowledge thereof. In higher education, it highlights the importance of fostering professional environment of collaboration and knowledge sharing among educators and administrators, more so in that of private higher education institutions. The theoretical framework is mainly on Wenger's theory, who introduced the domain of it, seeking where there are common interests that bind a community together and provide a sense of identity within a group of participants, where we define the community as members who foster relationships within the group and share information, interact, and engage in those joint activities. These members learn from one another in a supportive environment created where we foster those dialogue and collaboration. The practice thereof represents a shared repertoire of resources, tools, and experiences and stories, highlighting the experiences and stories, because that's where knowing members develop, refine, and sustain norms and routines of the community over time. Some of these benefits include professional development, improving teaching and learning, institutional growth, and innovation. Let's delve into that. When we speak about professional development, we seek to answer how continuous learning and skill development is encouraged among these group members, and also how these discussion and dialogue on research findings and the impact on the COP on teaching and learning strategies are encouraged and shared amongst members. And also for institutional growth, we highlight how these communities of practice can drive organizational learning, adaptability, cultural change, and the ability to address ongoing and new developments in the field of education. It innovates by preventing institutions from being left behind. With the fast-growing trends and advancements in the field of education, research development, more so those who utilize technology in their delivery. Some of the challenges experienced includes resource constraints, where we see the issue of funding, time, administrative support, and also budget allocation, more so in private higher education. The engagement barriers include issues with participation, motivation, and lack of trust amongst members. It's very difficult to collaborate and share your trade secrets with another institution, more so if we are in private institution. Institutional culture is also one challenge in integrating in communities into the existing structures of gaining acceptance from leadership. Some of the strategies which we can employ to sustain and build this would include leadership support, the role of leaders in fostering the environment conducive to these communities and formation of these, the facilitation and coordination by appointing collaboration or facilitators to guide the activities of the group. We should also seek to have technological integration with the use of digital platforms such as our LMS and online forums, Microsoft Teams, etc., to support a virtual creation of these communities. Also encourage engagement, techniques to motivate participation such as incentivizing, recognition, and showcasing the impacts of individuals, groups, institutions that have made major successes in these teaching practices. Let's use some case studies. So I've divided my case studies into South Africa, local, and I've also gone a little bit global. We've seen with HELTASA, the Higher Education Learning and Teaching Association of Southern Africa, where they are focused on improving teaching and learning across Southern African institutions, both private and public in the Southern Africa, where they've seen massive impacts in the SADC region. Through conferences and workshops, they've done this and created platforms for educators to share the best practices which have led to enhanced pedagogical strategies in the classrooms and across various institutions. We've also seen how UCT has initiated this, improving the quality of teaching across their various departments, with the success being that the sharing of innovative teaching practices and curricular developments among their faculty members have improved both the teaching engagement or student engagement and also the academic performance overall. Let's go a little bit broader afield. When we speak of the Australian community, we have seen initiatives that have aimed to enhance teaching practices in higher education in Australia, and these have had successes where facilitated collaborative projects focusing on evidence-based teaching practices that have resulted in improved student outcomes and innovative teaching approaches across institutions. The Network for Academic Renewal in the USA is where initiatives to promote collaborative practices among colleges and universities to improve liberal education. What is liberal education? It's just an interdisciplinary field of study that is personalized based on the interests and career aspirations of specific groups and individuals, more so cultural groups. And this has seen major successes that has resulted in the sharing of successful curricular designs and pedagogical approaches that has enhanced the quality of this liberal, accepted, integrated, culturally integrated education amongst the member institutions. Globally, various worldwide institutions have engaged on this forming of communities of practices for remote learning and teaching, where they have seen successes enabling faculties to share challenges, resources, strategies during the transition to online education that has led to more effective course delivery. Let's move into recommendations for best practices. The action is clearly to define the purpose of what you try to achieve with fostering collaborations, improving teaching practices. So you need to be very clear of what the aim is of forming a specific community of practice. With adapting and aligning the goals within the institution's strategic development goals and specific challenges faced by faculty and students using case studies from other institutions that have or may have dealt with similar situations. Establishing a clear domain of interest. Define the purpose by identifying key areas that resonate with the institutional goals, such as trying to improve teaching methodologies, research collaborations, curricular design, or if you want to, then increase your student engagement. By adapting your private higher education, this domain can align with the institution's unique academic offerings, values, and objectives. For instance, if you form your community focus on innovative online teaching, that could potentially be relevant to institutions heavily reliant on digital learning platforms. Create a supportive structure. Setting up a formal support structure that encourages regular meetings, collaboration, and shared learning among your members by providing a dedicated space, whether it be physical or virtual, where members can engage in discussions and share their resources. And you can have more flexibility in your resource allocation. This could create specialized digital platforms for faculty and staff to collaborate or even leverage their existing learning systems to facilitate communication within their communities. We also could see how facilitating leadership and coordination could improve this through identifying community coordinators or leaders that can guide discussions, manage activities, and ensure continuity within these communities. These leaders should be well versed in the subject matter and skilled at facilitating group dynamics. Since these private higher education institutions may have smaller and more closely knit staff and faculty bodies, leadership could potentially rotate among members to ensure the various perspectives are represented or shared. This could be part of faculty development programs, allowing members to take leadership or develop their leadership skills in these initiatives. Okay, we're still fine on time. Incentivizing participation. Through creating incentives for faculty and staff to participate in community of practice activities, this could include your professional development credits, awards, contributions, or even recognition in their performance reviews. We can tie these participation to professional development and promotion pathways, specifically where academic freedom allows for the design of unique incentive structures that reward active engagement and innovative in pedagogy. We can also encourage knowledge sharing and documentation of these by developing strategies for capturing and documenting the knowledge generated by these communities, where we use shared repositories for lesson plans, research ideas, or problem-solving approaches which can benefit the wider academic community. In private institutions where there may be few bureaucratic constraints, innovation in knowledge-sharing practices can thrive, where we can utilize shared cloud-based platforms, discussion forums, or collaborative tools to maintain easy access to community of practice resources across departments and those members that we have in these communities. We can also integrate these with our strategic development goals, aligning the initiatives with broader institutional objectives, such as improving our student outcomes, enhancing research output, or fostering transdisciplinary and interdisciplinary collaboration. Since the private institutions often prioritize innovation and responsiveness to student and market needs, these communities can highlight or focus on contemporary issues such as employability, digital transformation, and international partnership, ensuring that their efforts align with the strategic development goals or growth goals of the institutions that are members. Also leveraging technologies to foster the virtual communities of practice. By utilizing digital platforms such as webinars, video conferencing tools, and collaborative softwares to support these communities, especially in geographically dispersed institutions, and given that private higher education institutions might cater to remote or part-time faculties or employment, virtual communities could be designed to allow asynchronous participation, ensuring flexibility in their engagement. This would indeed foster a culture of collaboration by building a culture that values open communication, the sharing of ideas, and cross-disciplinary collaboration, encouraging faculty and staff to view communities of practice participation as an integral part of their professional identity and development. By private institutions adapting with their typically smaller communities, these can use their closeness to promote a sense of shared purpose, making it easier to foster collaboration between departments. They can break down silos between academic and administrative staff, promoting this culture of mutual learning. And lastly, engaging external experts and partners like we are doing today. Inviting external professionals, industry leaders, or alumni to participate in these activities. This can provide fresh perspectives and also expand the network of that community. We as private institutions can leverage these industry partnerships or alumni networks more flexibly than larger public institutions do. For instance, where our communities can focus on entrepreneurship and regularly engage with successful alumni or business leaders, providing us with professional insights and trends within our field. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Kavina, for the thought-provoking presentation.
Tendai, excuse me, can you give me 5 seconds? The technical support team just needs
Thank you.
to swap out something
Thank
so
you,
that
Mr.
the
Kavina,
people
for
in the physical
the
room can hear you. Give me 5
thought-provoking
seconds, please. Thank you.
presentation. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Okay. Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Okay. Thank you so much, Mr. Kevin, for a thought-provoking presentation. Sorry, I'm getting feedback. Okay, maybe can you hear me?
We can hear you, Yasin. Yes, Yasin, go ahead. Yeah, maybe I can ask him, Mr. Tendai, they want you to unmute. You muted, Tendai. Tendai, just maybe raise your hand or react. Okay, you muted, so unmute.
Can you hear me? Hello, can you hear me? Afternoon, can you hear me? Can you hear me? Okay. Apologies for the glitches that you experienced. So I would thank you, Mr. Kavina, for the thought-provoking presentation and well thought out arguments. Before I respond to the presentation, let me briefly introduce Mr. Kavina for our colleagues, both external and internal. Mr. Kavina is a lecturer for both the PGCE and BEd programs, specializing in business studies. He is currently a PhD candidate at Rhodes University, specializing in econometrics and quantitative economics. He attained his Master of Commerce degree at Nelson Mandela University. He is an emerging researcher who has presented at various academic conferences and someone who is growing in stature in terms of scholarly communication. In terms of the presentation that he presented for us, Mr. Kevin has articulated the role of community of practice in improving teaching and learning at private higher education institutions. And in so doing, he has articulated the challenges that are associated with establishing communities of practice. And of note, he has highlighted the fact that at most private higher education institutions are operating in silos in a competitive way that stands as a barrier to the creation of communities of practice. He has also highlighted the benefits that are associated with the establishment of communities of practice, among such which include increased collaboration, access to wider resources, and interaction. He gave us examples locally and also internationally of how these communities of practice can be structured. At this point in time, I would like to invite questions, reactions, and responses to Mr. Kevin's presentation. Okay, Samuel, you may unmute your and ask your question. Samuel Matthias.
Yes, good morning, colleagues. I just want to thank Mr. Reiters for an outstanding presentation there on COPS. And I've actually learned quite a lot about the dynamics of COPS this morning as well. There's just some minor research items that I just want to, if I've missed it somehow, just to clarify again and state for us. For example, number one, I'm trying to figure out exactly what was his research question in this particular study. Number two, also to give me clarity on what was the research design in the study. Number three, to give us some idea of what sampling technique he actually used. Number four, to actually give us an idea, he identified three challenges, but just to give us an idea, how did he manage in the study to overcome these challenges? And number five, just give us one main finding of the study. So there's quite a mouthful, but I just need some clarity about some of these items, if you could kindly react to that. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Matthias. I don't know, Mr. Kevin, are you responding question by question or you respond after a series of questions?
Sorry, Ms. Nuna, my hand was up for a second. Uh, Thank you very much. It's going to be very, very quick. I just want to also express uh, my sincere sort of appreciation for this presentation. It reminded me a lot about equality, fairness, justness, equitability, impartiality, even-handedness, egalitarianism, equal rights, opportunities, non-discrimination, justice, freedom, emancipation, and co-equality. So this presentation really made me feel very comfortable in the sense that we are catering for everybody and we're not excluding certain groups of our communities from actually learning or gaining opportunities, etc. And the second quick thing I just need to ask, but she can answer it in the form of an email in the course of time. There are two immersive technologies. There's virtual reality VR and augmented reality AR. I just want to know from Margot, did she use both or one of the two in this particular study? She can answer me with an email. It's perfect. So is it AR or VR or both? Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Almost afternoon. Good morning, everybody. I'm Rob Henning. I have the privilege of
Whatever nerves I have, they're gone now. There you go. Right.
Right, let's try that again, round two. Good morning, everybody.
There we go.
We'll just unmute him. Okay, round three. Good morning, everybody. I have the privilege of introducing Mr. Willem Mostert. So I have known Willem since 2022. He's been used over his modules in the life skills modules, and over the last 2 years, I've really enjoyed working with Willem. We always had a good conversation. We agree on, but we see eye to eye on quite a few things. We have a similar method of teaching students and come across the students in that sense. And he has a very relaxed atmosphere within the team and with us and with the students. So for that, give a lot of kudos to you. Willem has a master's degree in visual arts. He's in education, and he's got a cum laude, and he's hoping to potentially pursuing his PhD from next year onwards, also in visual arts. He's been in education in primary school level for the last 12 years, and like I said, has been at Toby for the last 2.5 years. One thing I always just say about Willem is he has an extremely easygoing, relaxed atmosphere, extremely proficient in his field. I always enjoy sneaking up and looking in his lectures that he gives within, or his recordings in the life skills and shared modules. And yeah, I think he's quite an asset in the team. And without further ado, I'm going to hand over to Willem.
Thank you so much, Mr. Henning. I appreciate it. Mr. Henning has to run off quickly because he has another meeting, but I will be my own facilitator from here on out. Right, so thank you so much for the opportunity to be presenting here today. It's really it's an honor for me to be presenting the paper that I wrote based on my own research and my master's degree, the construction of knowledge through visual perception training in visual arts. So just as the introduction and the background, visual perception and observational skills are an essential part of visual arts education, through which young learners in the primary school acquire very important necessary skills to create during their creative projects. So the visual arts plays a very important role also in the holistic development of young learners at primary school level. So as a visual arts teacher in the primary school, I noticed a phenomenon that warranted an investigation amongst my grade 4 to 5 learners, visual arts learners, which is also known as the middle childhood age. So during the middle childhood phase of their development, children's pursuit of realistic renderings in their art increases. They want to make photorealistic art, and if they are unable to achieve this, they lose interest in their creative attempts and endeavors. So to curb this decline is also known as the U-curve slump, which was termed by Wachowicz and Clemens 2010. And to assist these learners in this creative slump that they were in, the project a visual perceptual sharpening intervention project was designed and administered to 5 classes, grade 5 classes at a single school or single site. So the conceptual framework of this study was formed around the concept was based on the theories of Piaget and the cognitive development, as well as Edwards' cognitive shift theory. And the construction of knowledge and self-constructed learning was the premises of this conceptual framework. So here's just a visualization of the diagram of the conceptual framework, where the basis or the departing point of the study was visual perception, because that was initially the problem where learners were unable to visually create what they perceived. So visual perception allows learners to cognitively adapt to their surroundings, and vision is the recognition of their experiences, which then further goes on to the cognition part of the conceptual framework, where recognition through visual perception constructs knowledge. So that was where I wanted to make the link between visual perception and cognition, and then bring in the intervention section or the intervention part of this study, where through proper instructional guidance and assistance, learners can be helped through this creative dip and to assist them through this plateau. And learners can be taught to perceive from a perceptual and visual field of the mind. And that is where the theories of Edwards and a cognitive shift theory came into play throughout the study. And then the final stage, or the end goal of the study, was then the constructed knowledge through visual perception, cognition, recognition, and the intervention to constructed knowledge, where learners were able, or when learners are able to be taught how to employ their perceptual skills and their observation, they're busy constructing knowledge through new ways. And then the review of literature, the literature that I reviewed or that I adapted for this particular paper, was the U-curve and the middle childhood, the importance of quality art education, visual perception, and art education, and then obviously the art intervention that was done with the students. So the U-curve and the middle childhood, what Javier Kiteman, like I said earlier, postulated that the U-curve in the middle childhood is with a decline in learners' creativity, and they have the self-demand and imposed thing about photographic realism. So when they're unable to achieve this, they become self-conscious of their own ability to depict what they perceive, and they doubt their ability to produce imaginative and creative works of art, which leads into the decline of their creativity. And I think that was a very important part, is not just to allow learners to create photographic art or to help them to do this, but to still retain that imaginative component of the expressive, attempts. Then the importance of quality art education. This has been studied through many fields and people, especially through Dr. Vestrad, who's done excellent work on the importance of quality art education, where expertly taught quality art and visual education enhances once again the holistic development of the child. So through quality visual art education, learners develop an array of perceptual skills that enhances their cognitive development as well. And an integration between the sensory input and the cognition is of vital importance when learners are taught new and expanding on existing skills and techniques. The visual perception and art education. So the link between cognition and perception is what caused the most frustration to the students of the study. And the cognition forms the basis of our understanding of what we perceive. So during the creation, learners' visual perceptual abilities is crucial on how they present and recreate perceived objects in their art. So to enhance the enhancement of the following skills can assist the learners, and this was found in the research, in their art projects, is visual problem-solving skills, intrinsic visual skills, perceptual learning, visual memory, and visual imagery. And then the final part of the literature review, which was the art intervention. So an intervention is aimed at seeking to understand sorry, is to seek change and to understand knowledge and behaviors and attitudes of what you are trying to achieve. And an art intervention is important to the practice and the abilities of the participants. So art intervention was aimed to promote learners' involvement and to explore different techniques and how they would be involved in that. Right, so my research methodology, I did a qualitative instrumental case study with elements of action research. And the case study that was chosen because it allowed me to view the phenomena in a real life context, and the elements of action research allowed me to repeat and adapt the intervention process to more specifically cater to the needs of the students during the study. The sample, the participants of the study, like I mentioned earlier, there were 4 grade 5 classes, and 2 of the classes formed the test group, and 2 of the classes formed the control group. And they were subjected to a pre-test and a post-test, and the test group did 8 intervention lessons throughout the study to see if there would be a change or improvement in the way that they visually perceive objects through their art. So for the data collection, these were the instruments that I used. Like I just mentioned, the pre-test was a 2-dimensional artwork, and the purpose of this was the starting point of the study and to determine what the participants' observational skills and abilities were on par with the developmental stages of their artistic expression. Sorry, can I just grab some water? There we go. Perfect, thank you. All right, and then another part of the pre-test was compared to the post-test at the end to see if there was a effect on the intervention lessons. Observational field notes, intervention lessons, and then the post-test. Oops. The post-test was also then used at the end to compare the results. So the data was analyzed based on the pre-test, intervention lessons, and the post-test. The field notes were transcribed and converted to full text, and the visual data was studied and scrutinized to identify codes, themes, and patterns, or patterns and themes, and these are the themes that arose from the study. So creativity in the U-curve, creative and visual problem solving, intrinsic motivation, and a shift to understanding and knowledge, which was the main focus, is to make sure that the learners through the intervention would be able to get to a point where they understand the concept of what was taught. So creativity in the U-curve, so during the pre-test, it was noted that a large group of the learners were hesitant to create due to their creative developmental phase. So creativity is a unique form of intelligence that allows learners to creatively and logically respond to a multitude of problems that they may encounter during the art-making process. So through the intervention, the learners were taught different modes of observation and how to critically and creatively reason about what they perceive. So the comparison between the pre-test and the post-test suggests that the learners improved their ability to visually portray what they perceive through creative reasoning skills. And then creative and visual problem solving. During art activities, learners had to rely on creative and original modes and methods of thinking and reasoning about subject matter and how to solve them creatively. So, learning through visual arts can help to develop creative thinking and to attain the important cognitive abilities such as creative visual problem solving. Then, when the learners encounter problems during art-making activities, they can creatively and systematically resolve them to resolve them, and this process is then referred to as metacognition. So the intrinsic motivation, and I think this was a very important part of the study as well, because, like I mentioned earlier, they lose interest and they have a lack of motivation to complete these projects. So the positive emotional feeling towards the task or project can affect the intrinsic motivation of learners. During the process, learners shared their surprise and excitement of their improved abilities, which means that the test group were able to show an improvement, and not only through what I experienced as a researcher, but also through their own feelings and emotions and response to what they saw. So the positive reaction of their work motivated them to continue and complete their artworks without any assistance or motivation from the teacher. I haven't spoken this much in a year since I've been a teacher. All right, let's move on. So the intrinsic motivation improved, bridging the gap between their hesitance or self-imposed inability to pride and fulfillment while creating in visual arts. So when intrinsically motivated, learners tend to retain more of the knowledge constructed. Learners were able to rely on the techniques and strategies during the intervention, intrinsically motivating them to excel in their own creative projects. And here, the shift to understanding. So to ascertain whether the participants were able to make a shift to a deeper understanding of various visual, perceptual, and observational skills, and to construct their own knowledge of how to observe and portray subject matter, I had referred to the conceptual framework of the study, which was then the end goal was a shift to understanding, or the constructed knowledge of what they were taught. So during the intervention period of the study, the participants were able to display their understanding of different skills and techniques on how to observe and portray real-life subject matter in the drawings. So the active techniques, techniques the participants were shown during the intervention period assisted them in forming an understanding of the process involved during the thorough observation of real-life subject matter in the visual arts projects. So constructivist learning is associated with critical thinking, motivation, and problem solving. So the discussion of the results. The results of the study indicated that the perceptual and observational training had a marked effect on the participants' ability to record what they visually perceived. They engaged with the subject matter through strategies and methods obtained during the intervention. Multisensory techniques were an effective strategy to allow the participants to think and reason in non-conventional ways. Because during the intervention process, I had to develop different ways of getting these learners to understand the dimensions and the surface and the corners of certain objects. Sometimes I had to do blind drawings or just do a field test. So in making use of non-conventional ways of understanding something, it really assisted the learners in their visual perception during their art. And a deeper understanding of factors that might influence children in the middle childhood was imperative to assist them. Factors that could influence observational skills and abilities of middle childhood learners that I found throughout the research range from biological maturation, lack of intrinsic motivation, untrained visual perceptual and observational skills, and a lack of understanding of various skills. Visual sharpening exercises improved their visual problem-solving skills by visually and mentally comparing differences and similarities of subject matter. The implications and recommendations. From the research conducted, it was recommended that the Department of Basic Education revise and supplement the CAPS document for visual arts by including a visual perceptual development methodology to allow students to fully develop the necessary skills and abilities required for keen observation during visual arts projects. As someone that stood in the profession of teaching at primary school level for 12 years, I know that the CAPS document does not allow for this through time constraints and also because of what is written in the curriculum. So through a focused intervention, visual perceptual skills of the participants can improve to assist them while completing their visual projects. This study highlights some shortcomings in the visual literacy skills contained in the CAPS curriculum in visual arts. And the visual arts teachers visual least at the intermediate phase, should be made aware of the importance of visual perceptual development for learners in adult childhood. And that is my presentation. Are there any questions? Okay.
First of all, thank you to Willem for his presentation. My understanding is that the facilitator had to leave early. He had informed us that he has to leave at 11 o'clock, and due to our times lagging behind, he unfortunately had to leave. So thank you, Willem, for doing your presentation. And Willem is quite comfortable in facilitating his own Q&A. So please go ahead.
Thank you so much. Right, Margot.
Thank you very much, Willem.
Thanks.
This is not really a question as much as more an observation, because I think we in drama and dance, and I think music as well, there is a general loss of interest in arts in the school, and I think it's extremely problematic. And it's because it's often 21st century skills that's been lost in essence, which we so desperately need. And I think the session is worse now that they've taken senior phase after BEd, because at the moment I think senior phase in our subjects in indicators is falling through the cracks. It's not really being dealt with sufficiently.
Exactly.
I won't say totally, but definitely our institutions. And so I think this is an observation.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you. And I also want to add to that, like I've mentioned in my presentation, that the time limit or the time allocated to these practical subjects so little, and what some schools are doing, and what I've noticed and what I've heard of, especially when it comes to creative arts, is they lump everything together in one period. We're going to do a little bit of dance, a little bit of music, a little bit of visual arts, and then that's it for a week, sometimes 2 weeks. So it is a very endangered subject, the creative arts, the whole spectrum of art is becoming such an endangered field, and we need to continue to fight for our arts. Dr. Lawrence.
In the light of what Margaret just has said, and you also her presentation, your reference to how you import your research to foundation-based teaching, and your comments now on the cap on gaps, and we said, and it's on the table of the HODs now at Toby, is a recirculation of the BEd programs with the coming in of the BEd senior FET. So the fundamental question is the results of your research of both of what you have said, the implications of the recirculation of our own BEds. We said multiple times we are not teaching a curriculum at this place. We can't teach a CAPS curriculum.
Exactly.
We teach a science, the science of physical education. And we are not bound by CAPS. There's a broad framework. But so your research has a huge word to speak in the process of recirculation, which is imminent now.
Exactly. Yeah.
So we will get you in for workshops. You know that the HOD for the 2 years.
I personally think that senior phase work should be done under the
Yeah.
That's where it should live, because it's very people selected.
Exactly.
So
Yeah. Amber. Thank you.
I specialize in math and science, and I mentioned the 1.5 there's a chapter.
Yeah, the UCUT slump, yeah.
Are teachers made aware of that to studying to be art teachers?
When I do certain projects with, I think of especially with my third year students, so it's anywhere from cluster 5 and up, they do a certain research project, and they have to critically reflect on perceptual and cognitive development in the one reflection. And I do bring that in. I do bring in my own research, and I type out massive long. It takes me sometimes weeks just to grade the 5 or 6, because I go into so much detail, and I try and point out how important this phase is and how it links to what I just discussed in my research. But that's from my side. So I would really like it to be, and that's why I said that teachers need, in the recommendations, teachers need to be made aware of this more, and it should be at almost national level what is going on and what happens in the arts developmental stages from between grade 4 and grade 5, and how they need to supplement the curriculum.
Thank you so much for an informative and insightful presentation and research that you have done. Coming from a BA foundation phase perspective, I'm very interested in the visual perceptual skills, and I think your tech is more the arts, but I think generally I'm broadening just my knowledge of other. The importance of the visual arts, the perceptual skills is important even in maths and even in language and even in reading.
Exactly.
We teach reading. And so I'm wondering, the participants were grade 5 learners, and which is very close to grade 4, and almost to the point where I want to ask you if you have any insights on whether there might have been even a lack in the perceptual skills development in the foundation phase, or whether it is that shift between foundation phase grade 3 going over to another phase grade 4. Which, as you actually said, the curriculum does not allow for certain skills to be developed in the intermediate phase and senior phase as it does, for example, in the foundation phase, where we focus heavily on those skills.
Oh, yeah, what you say, yeah, and like I mentioned, that visual arts and the perceptual benefit to it caters to the holistic development of the child, and it transcends over so many different fields and subjects. But the reason why I didn't go into that's a very valid remark and question. Thank you for that. Why I didn't go into the foundation phase part of my study that much was because of the artistic developmental shift in that specific group of or age group of learners, grade 4 to grade 5. That is where they go into their pre-operational phase and where they are and or seeking that realistic rendering of what they wanted to do. Dr. Lestrade.
I can possibly argue it's a developmental thing. Because in the foundation phase, yes, they are really very creative. But that's not that study. It's in the middle childhood is when they want to be realistic, want to depict it as it really is. It's like not only in the arts, in the play, and it's a critical stage. If you lose it there, you get grown ups and oh, I can't do it.
Exactly.
And it's like speaking. If a child doesn't learn language, acquire language, so it's like a critical stage. That's why I really appreciate this work. And I hope you make the
Yeah, I did email my thesis to, wasn't that, so I think it was Schaefer, Debbie. Emailed it to her, but I think right after I did that, she resigned. So don't think it was because of my study. Yes.
So the other colleagues commented on the necessity, but when for those the society wants to push for graphic design and jobs, AI generated, that type of industrial revolution type of thing, and they're losing the creativity. They still need to have some creativity to do the AI generated.
No, they do, and I read a study once where they said that at the age of 7, I think you are the most creative you'll ever be in your life. And from there on, very few people retain that same sense of creativity into their adulthood. So that is why visual arts is not just picture making and playing, I hate that word, playing with clay and making 3D little objects. It is so much more than that. It is where you have to harness that creativity and you have to make them want to continue on that path of creativity. And that is why this study intrigued me so much, because if you have the U curve if you can build a bridge for them to get to the other side, because from there into adolescence, it's going to get so much better for them. And they're going to be able to not, like Dr. Veshwat said, adults saying, I can't draw. All right, I have one more minute. Thank you so much, Dr. Chantal. Thank you so much. And yeah, that's Peter.
Thank you. Thank you so much to Willem Mostert for his presentation and for taking his own Q&A. We appreciate that. I see that there is one, Shamil, I don't know if that's a legacy hand or a new hand. You have a question for Willem?
It's not a question, it's a comment. May I, Ms. Nuna? It's just a comment.
Okay, I'm not getting through to Shamil.
It's a comment.
Colleagues, we are on the dot, 14 minutes behind on time. We're going to take our tea break now.
Hello, sorry.
We are at 11:40 at the moment. Can we possibly just take a 10-minute break if that's possible? Thank you very much.
Ik maak niet zo mee, die sloeg aan de daar. Als ik naar die kijk, gebruik ik ons hier in goed, nee?
Ja, die items. Oh, oké.
Dus ik moet dan basically mensen so met die, ja, mijn laptop.
Alles.
Is it pretty stick?
Ik wil niet wat ene is het. Is mos hier?
Die probleem is dit is wat
Die ene. Dat is goed. Nee, dat is oké.
Dat is baie.
Maar die twee. Ja,
we don't have the
ek check this eers. You need to use this. Okay, yeah, no, you see, this is the problem. You need to use this. Why don't I because there's no near power with what your slideshow.
Ik heb mijn personal nee, maar je kan het exporteren. Je kan
Before we carry on, is the team station still running right now?
No, we're on TV.
So what I'm saying is, what I want to do here is, I just want to make a change. This is your, is it team station this one?
We can miss a Raj dance. We can't. Sorry, lecturers. I'm so sorry.
So let's do this. So now you've got that. We put the current cost rate multiplied by just to leave it cycle, and then we will work to
barriers that hinder them from achieving access to higher knowledge. So whatever's happening inside of the classroom have a direct impact on higher learning, whether they will gain access to higher learning based on the academic achievements. We all know that results play a significant role for us to enter higher learning. Now, so the focus of this paper, I used a methodological approach, Change Laboratory Workshop, and I looked specifically at how Change Laboratory Workshops can enable multilingual learners and their teachers to develop their capabilities in a learning environment. And I will extend that in terms of my theories. So when I met my supervisor, he advocated for CHART, the Cultural Historical Activity Theory. And I came to the university ready with a semi-proposal. I have the capability approach that I want to use in my study. And he almost convinced me, but no, Chantal, you can't use capability approach. Why? This is language. And I told him, you know what? Let me do something extraordinary. Because when you do a PhD, it must be groundbreaking. So what I did, I convinced him to use the capability approach as my theoretical entry point, and I used the chart as my methodological point. So, ek is gelukkig en hy is gelukkig. Right? So, just a little bit of background. Now, background to the capability approach, and let me first speak to the Change Laboratory, what that means. It's used by the Finnies, and I think Dr. Adam spoke about the Finnish approach, and he started the Change Laboratory Workshop, and it's an extension of the Vygotsky theory, the cultural theory, activity theory. So the Change Laboratory Workshop is an approach that has gained attention in the recent years, especially in the field of languages, for the mere fact that it draws on the principles of double stimulation, which emphasizes the importance of social interaction, the connection, the collaboration, and then transformative agency, which is our theme, obviously, here at Togi for this colloquium. Transformative agency in the language, in the learning and the development thereof. Now, how and what and why, right? So, what is the Change Laboratory Workshop? It is a collaborative problem-solving method that aims to bring about transformative change in educational settings by creating a space for participants to critically examine their current practices, to identify areas of improvement, and also to develop innovative solutions. So when we think about the Change Laboratory Workshop, in order for us to collaborate, we must be able to conversate, we must be able to bring about change through speaking, multi-voicedness, right? Where you want your voice to be heard. And Change Laboratory Workshops create that space, in a shared space where you have participants, when you bring them together, teachers, learners, and parents in my case, where they could speak, verbalize their thoughts, sensitize teachers to their challenges, and then ultimately working towards a shared goal and solution for the challenges. So when, again, when I look at Change Laboratory Workshop, I provided the space for learners to develop their capabilities in various domains, specifically linking to critical thinking, problem solving, and social actions. It also provided learners with the tools and strategies to navigate their multilingual reality, enabling them to overcome language barriers and also to fully engage with the education and the communities. Now the capability approach, this is now my theoretical lens. So the Change Laboratory Workshop, it had 4 phases, and I will come to that. And using those 4 phases, it was linked to the capability approach, my theoretical lens, where the capabilities theory is a framework for understanding and assessing human well-being. Now, if you find yourself in a multilingual context, in a language where you don't understand anything. In my case, I had the studies located in the Western Cape where Xhosa learners were enrolled in Afrikaans home language classes where Xhosa is their home language, but enrolled in Afrikaans home language classes because of the ideology of the opportunity that the language can bring to them after schooling. So parents decided, I want my children in Afrikaans classroom because in the Western Cape, if you can speak Afrikaans, you will be able to have a job one day. So it's closely linked to the ideology of language and the opportunity of that. It emphasizes the need to focus on people's capabilities, that is the ability to function and achieve valuable outcomes rather than simply measuring their material wealth or income. And it also drew on, although I draw on Sen's approach of the capability theory, it is not central to this particular paper because the focus here is on the Change Laboratory workshops from CHART, the cultural historical theory. Now, this is how I brought the CA cultural, the capability approach and the Change Laboratory workshops together, where I assess the role of both, basically the role of CA in relation to Change Laboratory workshops. Why did I do that? Because I want to enable capabilities among multilingual learners in monolingual programs. It empowered multilingual learners by focusing not only on the linguistic proficiency, but also on the overall capabilities and well-being as a social justice imperative. That's I know, Margot. So capability, the Change Laboratory workshop aligns with Sen's capability theories because both emphasizes the importance of empowering individuals to develop their full potential and expand their opportunities. So my methodology, I used a qualitative and an interpretive approach. I used a case study design. As I mentioned, it was located within the Western Cape in the Helderberg area, where I used 1 school, 2 grade 10 classes. My Change Laboratory workshop had 4 phases. This particular paper focuses on phase 2 and phase 4. It's where the Change Laboratory workshops took place, right? I use questionnaires, individual interviews, focus group interviews, lesson observation, and as well as document analysis to gather my data. And then I had 5 teachers, 26 learners. Despite my initial thought of having 40, my study was done during the COVID era, so I was quite limited in terms of space, but I managed to have all my participants, parents, teachers, and learners in one space. Change Laboratory workshop as a methodology. I had 4 phases. So the Change Laboratory specifically occurred in phase 2 and in phase 4, and this was guided by double stimulation, meaning that I did a situational analysis in phase 1. So using the data in phase 1, mirroring that data in the Change Laboratory workshop to get the conversation going and ultimately highlighting the contradictions. Now contradictions is challenges, as the name for challenges called in chart language. So highlighting the contradictions in order to have a dialogue happening where it brings out multi-voicedness of teachers and learners and parents. So it created that opportunity to bring them together in one space to speak about the challenges, the contradictions, and use that ultimately for springboards of change, or springboards for change. So in my 4 phases, phase 1, I found that it exposes the gap between the teachers and learners, emphasizing the frustrations with Afrikaans as a language of learning and teaching, even though it was the choice of the parents to enroll the child, the frustrations, the contradictions was there. So ultimately working them towards a solution because they're there now. What can we do to assist, right? So phase 2 introduces the collaborative learning workshop to foster dialogue and collaborative problem solving. And then in phase 3, we implemented the translanguaging model, that is the intervention model that was designed to encourage learners to use their mother tongue for meaning making. And in phase 4, we evaluated this particular model we used for intervention and revealing the positive changes in the classroom environment, but also, again, going back to the drawing board, what happened, what didn't happen, and what can we use or what can we do as an ongoing approach to change the narrative. So I had 3 main findings. Obviously, there was more, but for this particular paper, I focused on 3. My first finding was that isiXhosa learners were highly disadvantaged in Afrikaans medium instruction classrooms. Obviously, because if you enroll in a home language classroom for Afrikaans, what do you expect? The teacher will be comfortable speaking Afrikaans, not necessarily focusing on the child that struggle with meaning making because of choices of the parents, because of language barriers, and because of the overloaded curriculum already. Overcrowded classrooms and right? And then so the study found that the isiXhosa learners was highly disadvantaged in Afrikaans medium of instruction classrooms. Finding 2, the Change Laboratory workshop created a space for learners to sensitize teachers to their frustrations of being marginalized in a free and compulsory education system in South Africa. Now we know the Constitution gives students the right to enroll in a school of their choice, in the language of their choice. But then we have the predicament of what do we do to host these children and to help with meaning making, and also the journey in schooling. How do we address those gaps in order to ensure that they will ultimately be functional in society? And my finding 3, the mirror data that I used in the Change Laboratory workshop provided teachers with a collaborative space to critically reflect on their teaching practices, challenging existing norms on how they think and what they do in classroom without thinking about the students they serve, and then also to co-construct innovative pedagogical strategies such as translanguaging that promote inclusivity and cultural responsiveness. The implications of the study underscores the need of explicit language intervention strategies, transparent policies, and recognition of linguistic diversity. The study also emphasizes the potential of Change Laboratory workshops to enhance capabilities for multilingual learners in Western Cape schools. And then ultimately, the study advocates for comprehensive support at all management levels to create an inclusive and effective educational environment for multilingual learners. And then I made some recommendations that the Change Laboratory workshop presents a promising avenue to address underperformance. Change Laboratory workshop also emerges as a transformative approach, offering learners a more comfortable and participatory learning experience, and should be used as a space to tackle burning issues to find solutions. And then there's a need for ongoing evaluation in implementing the Change Laboratory workshop collaborative problem-solving approach, as both learners and teachers' capabilities could be enhanced. And then my conclusion, am I still in time?
Yes, you are.
Oh, so this paper concludes that the Change Laboratory workshop opened a space for participants to share good practices. They could critique poor practices, surface contradictions or unfreedoms. Unfreedoms is the term used in the capability approach as a challenge, and that is why I could link the 2 theories, because it was similar. Explore potential areas of growth, to consolidate, reflect, re-evaluate the whole process. So notably, the teacher's positivity regarding the learner's abilities gained momentum during the Change Laboratory workshop and the practical implementation of the reconceptualized activity. So the Change Laboratory essentially made a difference in how the teachers think about their practices and what they can do differently. And that is it. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Mowers, for your insightful presentation on how the Change Laboratory Workshop enhances the capabilities of isiXhosa learners in monolingual classrooms. Your study really sheds light on the critical issues within South Africa and within our education system, particularly for multilingual learners, and you shed light on how we can navigate language barriers and language challenges within a dominant language environment. And so at this point in time, I would like to open the floor for any questions, comments, and responses.
Hi, good morning.
Good morning.
I'm aware that some universities, not schools, universities, are now trying to make their classes 3 languages. And so when you have your lecture notes, you will have English, Afrikaans, Xhosa, kind of in brackets.
Yes.
And the learners will then read the notes and understand what applies to them. I'm not saying about writing essays, but this is a thing of progression, and it seems to be quite a good idea. I'm not sure if they will ever go to schools, I'm not sure, but I think that maybe setting examples may be a good idea. So the university that I'm involved with, they have put a tender out, and all the lecture notes, certain words have got to have the words in 3 languages. And I just think it's a very good idea, adding to what you're doing in your work.
Thank you so much, Dr. Pam, and that was one of my recommendations for the school to do that. As part of the implementation process, when in the phase 3 part, teachers had to incorporate that specifically also. So thank you so much for that observation.
Can I ask something? Dr. Hoffman?
In light of what Dr. Pam said, and I could agree with it, but what, in my experience in teaching in a school like Afrikaans home language, and students are enrolled, they don't necessarily can read isiXhosa, they can speak the language. So in that space, they find a comfortable space to negotiate what they understand, so they need like a peer to translate. But when it comes to write in isiXhosa, or they have to read, they tell you, I don't understand, I can't read. That's the one thing. And then I'm thinking about this whole controversial of the Bella bill. I'm not going to say anything, because then I'm going to open up a can of worms. Because when you think about that bill, yes, we advocate this, but when we look at even the output, yes, because you have a number of primary schools, but there's not enough high schools to feed those learners, and then you also don't have enough higher institutions also to continue. So it's sort of a whole social justice implication. So I like the fact that we can ask teachers just to consider allowing the learner to ask, and maybe we can send out a tender in school to say translate, but will they then be able to use it? That's my question in terms of, because we know that with our policy writers and things, and no disrespect to them, it sounds nice on paper, man. But the practicality of this, we understand the reason for mobility and people moving and why we have multilingual context. But when we think about the core business of education and people think about opportunities, well, I'm going to stop.
This is really interesting. Thank you very much. And it also reminded me of my very, very first teaching post, which was in Kavango in northern Namibia. And it was an Afrikaans language post. And the literature, it was especially a nightmare, because it's not, all the classes were all Kavango speaking, so, but they were in first language Afrikaans, exactly what you're talking about now. It wasn't only the language and the speaking of and understanding, it was the material included in the literature program. I had to do, I think is it the toys, poem about the circus, they didn't believe me. It took me a week to explain what a circus was, and I still did not convince them. I had poems about the sea. Eventually, we bundled them in a bus and we took them to the sea, and where they saw it for the first time. So it's very often the selection also of material in literature specifically that assume a certain experience or a lived experience that is not there in that case.
Agreed, and I think just background to my study, I use drama, specifically the Testament. Because especially in grade 10, because my focus area was grade 10, and there you'll find the curriculum is different in senior phase, how we use literature. Yes. But in grade 10, you have your paper 1, 2, and 3 up until grade 12. So I specifically zoomed into the literature part, and I used the drama, the Testament, which was relevant to the lived experiences, because you need to understand what is a will, the Testament, and how you apply that in your daily lives. And it was quite interesting how learners perceive these terms and how they come to the point where they can't connect to the literature. Yeah. So yes, absolutely. Absolutely. Assumption about it. Absolutely. Am I done?
We take one final question.
It's connected to the question Margot's asked. And I'd like you to speak about it, particularly in the light of your own research about the difference between what first language does and what second language does in terms of thinking and feeling, and how the languages play a role and which is kind of aligned with what. If you can speak to that.
Yeah, let me just say this, and I think I had a conversation with the principal in terms of the difference between first additional and second additional, because that is also the challenge. The child is enrolled as Afrikaans home language, or if they, for instance, from Mozambique or wherever, then they enrolled as a first additional and not a second additional. And there's a huge difference, because in most cases the second additional is merely for communication purposes. It's not necessarily for curriculum. There is an element of curriculum, but not content in that sense, where if the foundation of the home language is solid, the additional would then be matched by that. But with a second additional, it's quite difficult, because it's more for communicative purposes, and that is the huge difference. And I think in terms of enrollment, management need to understand that there's a difference between the two. Because when you enroll as a first additional, it means that your home language is already, the foundation is laid, and the second additional is merely for communicative purposes. Did I answer your question? We can elaborate afterwards in your office. Am I done? Thank you. Thank you.
Ms. MC, my hand is up.
Yes, I'm coming to the online room now. Shamil, give me 1 second, please. So, Dr. Chantal, you are not done. You may return to the center here.
No, apparently I heard something that sound is fixed, maybe.
No, I'm going to the online room right now.
Okay.
That's why I'm asking Dr. Chantal to return, and you can do another courtesy afterwards. Shamil, you had a question.
Yes, thank you, Ms. Luna. The previous speaker got cut off there, so just a very short comment firstly about Mr. Mostert. He brilliantly articulated holistic development is what I picked up. His focus was on the cognitive domain, and he made a brilliant link to the affective and the psychomotor domains as well. I just wanted to add that comment, but I was cut off there. Back to Dr. Mowers, just to add what Dr. Miller has emphasized. At the university where I'm studying at the moment, when you submit a thesis, your abstract needs to be in English, Afrikaans, and sorry for the pronunciation, and isiXhosa. So universities are now all sort of going in that direction, that there must be English, Afrikaans, as well as isiXhosa in documents submitted. Then the second thing for Dr. Mowers also a comment. South Africa has a historical resistance to Afrikaans as a medium of instruction, especially from our isiXhosa learners or isiXhosa communities. And you have so brilliantly overcame this barrier by providing methodologies to actually overcome the historical resistance of Afrikaans as a teaching medium in this country. I commend you for that. I have one small question. Your quantitative analysis, I just want to know if you used a program to analyze the qualitative data, or did you do the coding yourself? That's my short question. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Okay, thank you for that, Samuel. I'm old school. I did everything myself to ensure that I don't miss out on any crucial information. So I did it myself. I hope I answered your question. Thank you much for your comment. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Shintaro. For facilitating the session. And I'd like to move on to the next session, and I'm the honor of calling to the podium Richard White, who is an English teacher at Togi. And this session I will I will facilitate this session, and while Richard is making his way to the podium, you can use your own laptop here. Just move this one. There. He's going to use his own laptop in presentation, but he's in the While the technical team are setting up Mr. Richard's laptop there, I'm going to continue in introducing him. And I'm reading from some notes that Ms. Amanda Olivier sent me, because she was supposed to be the facilitator for the session. And she started out by saying, "Good afternoon." And I'm going to say, I'm not Amanda Olivier. It is our distinct pleasure and honor to have to introduce today's speaker, Mr. Richard White. Richard is an expert in integrating educational technologies, particularly through Moodle. In the context Okay. Thank you very much. I will restart that sentence. As I was saying, Richard is an expert in integrating educational technologies, particularly through Moodle, in the context of technical and vocational education and training colleges, TVET colleges. Today, he will share his research on designing a Moodle-based framework for teaching English for specific purposes. His work addresses critical challenges such as digital literacy and customized teaching tools, contributing to the broader discourse of digital inclusion in vocational education. Without further ado, I'll hand you over to Mr. Richard.
What's on the screen? Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Richard. I wouldn't say I'm an expert in my field. Quite a novice.
You must change the window capture.
I need to
add the window capture for that
all the
laptop.
previous. Sorry, Dr. Miller. I need to compliment the previous speakers, as I've learned a lot, especially in not just in the information but the presentation styles and how research is conducted. Because whenever I see something, trying to absorb, and I ask myself, why didn't I think of that? Why didn't I use that method or that paradigm? You know, because it could have been useful, but it gives me an idea of what to do next within my field and see if I can transfer or replicate some of those methods. My screen. Okay, so today I'm going to present on a design-based framework for Moodle learning, for Moodle LMS for English lecturers. But the study has 3 different variables. It looks at the design framework, and it looks at Moodle as a learning management system, but also English for specific purposes. And I've heard the dialects and the languages that come through strongly. And my focus is, how can an industry-aligned English be taught through medium of Moodle? How can we teach a specific subject that's linked to a specific industry through Moodle itself? But before we get to the practical implementation thereof, we need to propose a design framework for implementation. So the theoretical basis for this is very important. Otherwise, there's no categorical plan for implementation. So on the screen, I'm the researcher. This was done under the supervision of Professor Anneli Dippenaar and Dr. Andri Steenkamp, and the institution is the Cape Peninsula University of Technology. This is a 2-part presentation. This is still in planning. It's a proposal I've submitted for my PhD, but it's also a conceptual paper that I've written, and it's currently under review. Okay. So, looking at the introduction, and sorry colleagues, my slides.
Yeah, it's the live stream.
Screen is not sharing. It's not sharing.
Do you want to just come see?
And you can teach English H5P and Word Cloud.
No, it's done. He did share it. He did share it. What was he looking for? Check on our screen. How? Doesn't know how, but he can use it. Can you hear us? Can you hear us?
That's fine, it's fine. Okay, sorry.
Can you hear us?
There's some technical difficulties with the notes, but the introduction and background and the rationale for my study is looking at the current technological advancements, what's out there to place it in my literature review, and looking at the challenges specifically in the TVET sector. So I had to narrow down my scope, as Mr. Reiters was talking about earlier, narrowing the scope, and then looking at the need for a Moodle framework, because Moodle is existing, we know it's there, but a design for a based framework streamlined for English for specific purposes is what my focus is, and looking at the current solutions thereof. So for my problem statement, I looked at the LMS adoption in TVET specifically because the DHET has recently mandated a LMS for TVET colleges, whereas DHET also covers universities, and today I've learned that there is an abbreviation for private higher education institutions and public higher education institutions. And I had a conversation just now with Shantae about the cohorts or the silos that these institutions need to move in, and we preach community engagement and operating under one policy maker, but we tend to work in silos as well. So we want to work with universities, but we neglect DBE, we neglect CET colleges, like I said earlier on about Ms. Yumna Alexander. CET colleges are heavily under-resourced. They are kind of disregarded. That's where the adults do their matric, right? So we need to see and try and how we can build relationships with other institutions themselves. And that is why there's a need for this design framework, so that we have a unanimous approach or a unanimous lens on how we can implement whatever it is, whatever we want our pedagogies to align, if we want our didactics to align. Because when we talk about pedagogy, we often resent or neglect speaking about didactics, because pedagogy is only the philosophy of teaching, but the didactics is the application thereof, right? And the how to. To expand on my problem statement, the background technological advancements have integrated into LMS, into education, but South African TVET colleges face challenges like technical issues, insufficient training, and lack of institutional support. Now, like I've just said, DHET has just mandated that TVET colleges use an LMS. They've sent out a document requesting that TVET colleges should now have an active LMS in the institution, but there's no framework. Similar to the CAPS document, there are certain information in the policy that we need to implement, but the how-to is not there. And in my master's study, I've also found that the word technology only comes up as the subject technology, but not as a term for industry on how to use it in ICTs per se, right? So there's a lack of guidance and a framework from the policymaker side, and a theory-practice gap when it comes to these policies. Then my problem statement is, in the absence of an LMS at the selected TVET college, offers an opportunity to pilot a Moodle-based framework to meet the specific needs of English lecturers in ESP instruction. So now, during the course of my study, I found that at my site, that they do have an active LMS, the active one that's published, it's online, it's running on the domain, but it's not being used, because what they've done is they've consulted a company to do the training and design the LMS and just post it there as a blank canvas for the college themselves to use, that they need to utilize. But it's not contextualized or institutionalized according to the needs, because you look at the institution as one being, but there are sub-branches within that institution, because they have various campuses, and those campuses need to also be looked at as single cases as well. Can't just see, okay, this is one institution and we will have a unified implementation throughout all campuses, because one campus can be in a rural area, the other campus can be in an urban area. So the rationale for this study is that it explores how Moodle can be tailored, was specifically designed for TVET colleges to address technological literacy gaps and enhance lecturer engagement with digital platforms, specifically for ESP lecturers, looking at the industry terms. Also earlier, I was asking about my laptop charger there at the back, and it was not plugged, the plug wasn't on, and then Shantae said, the switch. Yes, the switch. So that technical jargon helps us to communicate, and so that the recipient understand what I'm actually referring to. Because I was also in another conversation with a lecturer speaking to someone who's facilitating electrical as a program at the institution, and this lecturer was saying, you know what, you are facilitating electrical works, and I have a problem at my house. Now this is a facilitator teaching the theoretical component of electrical studies. They're not electricians. There's a huge difference. And the lecturer is now asking, listen here, there's a problem with my switch. When I put on my geyser, half an hour later, it switches off. And then when the lecturer said the switch, this facilitator was thinking this thing on the wall. But it was the circuit breaker, which is within your DB distribution board. So those are, the mechanism is like a switch, but it's not a switch, it's a circuit breaker. The switch is here. But then again, you can't say switch because then you're talking about the light switch. The isolator switch, that big switch by your oven or by your geyser, that's the particular technical jargon that we need to use. But it's very complicated in the sense that we need to put focus on and emphasis on English for specific purposes because it's industry aligned. And that's where work integrated learning comes in as an important factor for community engagement, that we as lecturers, we need to go out in the industry as well and gain work-based experience. We can't prepare our students to go out into a public school, but we don't even know what's going on in public schools. We have this utopian perspective of this is how things are when it's not. They have a totally different experience, because I had a student messaging me, sir, why are you teaching us all these Vygotsky theories and Piaget theories? Because it's not relevant in the classroom. But then again, there's that conceptual link that you need to make. There's a theoretical foundation, but you need to add your own information to make a conceptual framework. What do you learn from the theory? What do you learn from the practical side? And then create your own conceptual framework. So, colleagues, moving on to my theoretical framework. I used a combination of CLT, constructivist learning theory, and then also technological acceptance model. Now CLT, the reason why I use this is because I wanted to experience how the lecturers use their own understanding of technology and how they can take the training that I'll provide and construct their own knowledge on how to implement certain lessons in their classrooms using technology. And the technology acceptance model guides my study in terms of user friendliness of the platform and user acceptance of the platform, but also implementation after this framework has been conducted. But I have not indicated that in my proposal, as I only want a successful framework for implementation, and only thereafter I might pursue a study where I do the implementation of the Moodle LMS. So then I'm looking at these two theoretical frameworks and integrating it within Moodle and how it can be applied within my study itself. And then the research design and methodology, I used a qualitative approach with a interpretivist paradigm and a case study design. The reason why I used an interpretivist paradigm is because I want the real life experiences of the lecturers. I want to, it allows me, this paradigm allows me to go and do classroom observations. It allows me to do semi-structured individual interviews to gain their perspectives, and also it allows me to do content analysis or document analysis, where I can then triangulate these data collection methods and see how they align or misalign. Because like we said, there's a theory and practice gap. So I look at what does the policy say, what does the policy makers advise, and what does the lecturer do in the classroom through means of classroom observations versus what they say. So does it align or does it contradict in that regard? So my site selection, like I said, it's a TVET college with multiple campuses, and I have a case study design, specifically holistic single case design. To expand on my research design and methodology, there we have theoretical frameworks, CLT, and technology acceptance model. In my previous study, also relevant to this, I used the TPAC and SAMA model and created a conceptual framework based on the different components of TPAC, the technological pedagogy and content knowledge, but then also seeing how I can seamlessly integrate the substitution of a technological infrastructure or tool, and then augment that lesson, modify it, and then afterwards redesigning the entire lesson. The paradigm, like I said, it's an interpretivist paradigm, qualitative approach, case study design. The site selection is a South African TVET college undergoing a strategic transformation toward hybrid education. Once again, colleagues, that industry jargon, there's a huge difference between online, distance, blended, and hybrid. The hybrid institution is an institution that has a dual approach, so they would have a classroom where the students go to, but there's also online component. So what we are striving to do now is that theoretical component that has to be taught, they don't need to go into campus to go and learn that. They're only going to campus when they do the practical component, when they have to go work with the circuit boards at campus. But also there are simulators like the sir mentioned earlier on the AR and the VR, where you can augment that reality or immerse yourself into a different environment. So I don't need to go into a workshop to get my trade certificate. Okay, so with the participant selection, purpose of sampling of 10 English lecturers across different campuses with varying ICT proficiency, and then my data collection methods, I triangulated classroom observations, document analysis, and semi-structured interviews. There's an example of a study done by Karishma. She used the TAM model, but this was specifically for students, and at the top you can see there's perceived usefulness, and it caused increased interaction through complete assessments, participate in discussion and get clarification. Then that led to the attitude towards use, and the increased interaction was competition amongst friends. That is what promoted the interaction, but what decreased interaction with the technology was peer pressure, lack of motivation, and poor time management, and that led to behavioral intentions to use. They found that mark allocation increased interaction, so that the students are excited to get their grades, and that's why they would interact with the LMS, but decreased interaction on the LMS would be high workload, lack of time, social media, and procrastination. So that leads, all of those factors lead to the actual use of the system, which I'll be looking into when implementing this design-based framework. Going back to my findings, I looked at lecturers' needs by conducting a needs analysis in my design-based framework. That was my point of departure, and then also looking at the resources and support that the campus or the college provides, and also what DHET provides. And then I have design-based principles for Moodle, and then the challenges. So this is the concept of the design-based framework, which I'm going to use for implementation of the Moodle. Starts with the needs analysis leading to stakeholder engagement, and this stakeholder engagement can be anything from lecturers to sister colleges or neighboring colleges, but also the DBE, CET, HEI, Higher Education and Training, DHET, and I need to engage on all levels to see what are other institutions doing and how I can go back to my needs analysis, because I might find something that we didn't even know we needed, what other campuses or other colleges are doing, and that leads to ICT infrastructure and tools. Do we have the necessary infrastructure for implementation? And then only I can conduct lecturer training and professional development. And once all of that is done, we then design pedagogical approaches that aligns with technology use, because there's a difference between knowing how to use technology and versus knowing how to use technology to teach. So then that leads to assessment and evaluation, and then policy and strategic framework that we need to develop internally that's contextualized for our institution, and then only we can send that to the Department of Higher Education and Training, and they need to design a collective policy framework that meets all institutional needs. And then we go back to the needs analysis, because this is in a linear process. It's going in a cycle over 5 years of that strategic plan. Then just an example of the orientation plan for lecturer training and development. This is a plan that they need to follow, and this is based on the Moodle. And they need to do these activities as an induction, not just as an induction, but the introduction to the platform itself. And they need to do these activities, and the activities are just for navigation. how to click on the calendar, where to find the forum. So they need to do these assessments, these activities, to navigate and find their way around the platform itself. And I've designed a tutorial for them where I say, click on profile, click on edit profile, go to the settings button. So they need to do this on a weekly basis, and I can interact the progress on the platform itself. Colleagues, I'm almost done. This is just an example of the 5-year strat plan. Conceptual framework, similar, design-based framework, and then the theoretical frameworks that was used for the previous study. And then that was the timeline, or this is the timeline for implementation. I think that's about it. This is just the integration of the two theoretical frameworks, SAMO and TPAC. Yes, I'm done. Thank you.
Thank you so very much to future Dr. Michelle. Very intriguing presentations, really addressing key issues that need to be addressed in our TVET colleges. I was trying to understand when I first saw your PowerPoint and your abstract, why has it chosen TVET colleges, but I completely understand it now. It makes absolute sense. It's very interesting. So this is the note that Amanda wrote in response to she says that it's clear that your research addresses real challenges faced by English lecturers in TVET colleges. The integration of Moodle as a tool for active collaborative learning aligns perfectly with modern educational demands, and it is exciting to see how this framework could significantly enhance teaching practices. Your work opens up important conversations around digital inclusion and the future of vocational education. So thank you for that. I'm going to now open to the floor if there are any questions that you may want to pose to the speaker. Dr. Chantal and then Shana.
Okay. Even in Afrikaans in my heart low. This is music to my ears, wow. Thinking about the context of Togi. I was sitting here and I was thinking just how we can incorporate this to the realities of our Togi space. And working with Moodle, I think the one thing, because I've worked with Canva, I've worked with Blackboard, I've used CPUT, I worked on different LMSs. But the one thing with Moodle, there's a lot of creativity that we can bring to Moodle in terms of our lessons. And I want to extend this, or I want to ask, yes, your focus is on language, but can we extend this into all our subjects? That is one thing. The second thing, I like the fact that you mentioned professional development, because we lifelong learners, and how you structured that workshop. Can we tap into your strengths and things like that, and orientation and things like that? Can we speak in my office? But thank you so much. It was informative. I was sitting here and I was just thinking, oh wow, look what we have here. So brilliantly done. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Chantal, for that very exciting feedback. We are very happy to have Rashad with us. We're happy that St. Helena Bay submitted on the work. Are there any other questions from the floor? Because I'm going to check online if our colleagues have any questions. Shauna, oh yes, of course. Go
Thank
ahead.
you for your presentation. I am actually
Thank you, Ms. Nona. Just also to congratulate Mr. White about that presentation. Technological literacy is very, very vital. Any literacy is vital to development. My question is, Mr. White, I have noticed that you have a very low sample, 10 participants only. So I just want to ask, why was it not possible to increase the sample, as case studies as a lack of generalizability of results, according to Maton 2001. So I'm just asking, why wasn't it possible, why did you use such a low sample to draw your conclusions or to draw your findings, whereas Maton 2001 states that case studies has a lack of generalizability of results. So my question is, why the low sample?
Okay. In terms of research, there are two streams for participant selection. Is your sample and then your population. My population was 14, but only 10 participants volunteered to do the study. But the staff complement is only 14 English lecturers in the institution.
That's massive.
So I can't make it more than that.
Yeah. Because it's focused on English. That's what
Thank you for your question. I hope I answered it.
Yeah, it makes sense.
Can we take Shauna's question now, please? Thank you, Shauna.
I'm still excited and interested to find out what is the role of EQ, emotional intelligence. Because one thing about the TOEFL student is that they definitely build the soft skill to receive feedback on paper, because it's very different when you deliver it verbally. So that's one thing that stands out that they can enhance and develop in the time here, totally on this online platform. So I'm very interested to see if EQ comes out in your study.
Yes, when I go out to do training with the staff members, it's more difficult to deal with them than with students, because their emotional quotient is much lower than students, because they're not tolerant of this young man standing in front of them telling him what to do. So they show resistance immediately, but not because they are technologically illiterate. They're just afraid to make mistakes and look stupid to a subordinate.
So attitude is a barrier.
That's embedded within the TAM model as well. Attitude towards the use of the system. That's also a component that I'll be looking at.
That's EQ, yeah.
Sorry. Oh, I thought you had a question. Okay. Colleagues, I think that Mr. Rashad is sending us off on a high note to lunch. I thank him for his presentation and his engagement, and I look forward to seeing the final publication of that thesis when you're done. And also, as my colleague Dr. Chantal indicated, your involvement and input and contributions within TOGI, within the field of your research. Thank you so much for your presence here today. Colleagues who are online, we are now breaking for lunch. I would like to ask that we all reconvene at 1:40. Thank you very much.
It's a white paper
Yeah.
Powerful to convey the message that one is ready.
Certainly, it was one of the it was jou eerste opdracht. Dacht vir my o nee, wat? En dit is my twee keer
How are you going to do it? Everyone just want to go.
Yeah, that's what the people do.
Yeah.
Jonger zijn is my en hy is nou baie stil.
Responsible computing and a large syllabus paper. They wanted 3 languages. They were. My big, and I haven't read it. From the education because the was paid. We have to get some money from Brazil. And I could take this to university. I'm not sure how long this takes. It's a kind of an open-ended thing. When you say create material. It's very and about things and about responsible computing, then programming, how long is it? I put in my all the stuff
people ask questions about the dark assembly from these who are asking. I'm not seeing screen quite clearly, but I am totally the but I was charged
I get paid in tokens.
Based on that submission,
taken from there. Meer chocolate with dinner. Open it. What's the green?
Say from your doctor.
For the baby, my eldest is. Oh my God. But the son also is also married. Five grandchildren.
I haven't seen him.
Look good on the yes, so many of our colleagues at Richard died recently. Someone used to write another was there, yeah, but not for long. He started also there. He was in the late 80s. I was there, I was in 87. I was 85. Young forever, eh? He's going to be a great
Thank you, everyone. Can we all get to our seats so that we can recommence and get through the last session? The last session. Yeah.
Yes, session graveyard session.
No. We are going to be lively now with Dr. Samantha Hoffman and her facilitator, Bashar Nazaf. And so thank you everyone for, I hope that you enjoyed your lunch. And that you're enjoying the ice cream, the desserts, always a welcome after a good meal. I'm going to hand over to Shana, who will be introducing our next speaker. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, everyone. No, Dr. Chantal Mose did not change her outfit. This is Dr. Samantha Hoffman, a distinguished teacher, lecturer, academic, and researcher at the Two Oceans Graduate Institute. Now, Dr. Hoffman is a global expert in capability approach, quality education discourse, and the critical role of teacher voices in shaping the discourse around educational quality. Our work emphasizes how teachers' perspectives are vital to fostering meaningful improvements in education. So today, Dr. Hoffman will share research on teacher voices and quality education in the basic education discourse in South Africa, where she explores the invaluable insights teachers provide in shaping the future of education in our country. So that was a very brief intro, but I promise you, the title alone is loaded, so let's listen.
Good afternoon, everyone. All protocols observed. I am extremely nervous, and we can't always, like I said now to Dr. Lewis and to Prof, always believe what everyone is saying. I'm still very nervous in my field, trying to be part of a global community, since that is also our vision here. But I think that when we embark on PhD studies, it opens that avenue for you to be globally recognized when you achieve or obtain a PhD. So today, my presentation focused on teacher voices and quality education in the basic discourse in South Africa. It is a component out of my PhD thesis. And I must say that preparing for a presentation where you have to sit and select what is it that I want to say in this presentation, obviously there will not be enough time to get to everything and justify all the things and the means in a short period of time. But I'm going to try to do justice in defending why I have this component that I'm presenting today. So I have my table of contents where I will give you a brief introduction and background. I will explain my theory that I've used in the study, the methodology. I will give you a snippet of the findings relevant to this particular presentation. I will then also look at the, provide you with recommendations and conclusions, and then the floor will be open for questions and comments. So I have just a question here, not for you to answer, just something to think about. So we know with the Department of Basic Education, they strive to encourage quality education. And when I think specifically in Western Cape Education Department, where my study is located, their mantra is quality education for every child in every school, right? That is what we strive, that is what we encourage. So for the basic education, they want this for all learners, and it's outlined, it's documented in their policy documents, but it does not clearly articulate what quality education means. So there's an absence of a shared understanding of quality education in South African schools. So a little bit of introduction and background to my study. Quality education in South Africa is a topical, it is a controversial, and it is a contested territory. So even today, after my presentation, there will even be more controversy of information and critique around what I am going to say, which is actually why we are here. So when we think about South Africa, we think about the history of South Africa. There's always been this challenge to improve quality basic education in our public school system, right? If we trace it back to our education system and the phenomena that we link to quality education. There are several definitions of quality education. Some scholars view this as, a very difficult task to do to give a proper definition to quality education. Some also view that, especially in the literature, that definitions of quality education sometimes refer to it's operationally defined what quality education is or mean, but it doesn't tell you what it constitutes. So there are some factors where they highlight when they look at quality education, they will speak about resources, they will speak about leadership when they link it to quality education. They speak about learner performance, they speak about teacher qualifications and so forth, when they measure the quality of education. And then also teachers' perceptions and experiences are seldom drawn on within the quality discourse. And a scholar like you wrote something about in many countries in the past, teachers were viewed as semi-skilled workers that are unable to make responsible decisions about their profession. Something to think about. If you are responsible for, educating, and obviously teaching is the mother profession of all other professions. So if teachers are unable to make a decision about what they are supposed to be part of, then it is worrisome, right? Because also in the literature, it highlighted that teachers, it's very prescriptive to teachers from policymakers what they have to do when it comes to their profession, right? So, oh my word, it's the wrong presentation. The wrong one, but anyway. So, no, because the wrong one is open here, or shared. So, but it's just a minor few tweaks here. So, my theory speaks about capability approach, like Dr. Mowers mentioned earlier, that she basically used that and integrated into her study. So I've used capability approach in my master's studies, and I've continued with it in my PhD study. And this approach is the work of Amartya Sen. And the capability approach is underpinned by the following constructs: its capabilities, functionings, conversions, and freedoms and unfreedoms. Now, before I get into that one, this specific theory was an economic theory. As we heard, that it focused on well-being and the way people progress in life when it comes to financial stability at the end of the day. But in recent years, there's been a call for looking at this theory and applying it also in other sectors, including education. So recently, more and more educationists are using this theory to try to make sense of research problems that exist. So when we think about capabilities, what people can do, but in the context of the capability approach, it refers to the freedoms or the opportunities that individuals have to achieve certain beings and doings, and that is called functionings, right? So examples of this, so the emphasis here, or the focus on capabilities, it refers to, like I said, what people are able to do, and B, where they reflect their full potential. And a few examples of that is when you have the capability to live a long life, to be educated, or to be even part in political decision making. What I also want to say in this context of my studies, have an academic voice in the education discourse coming from a teacher's perspective. So functionings, on the other hand, refer to the actual achievements, right? Or state that individuals realize through that capabilities, meaning it is concerned with the actual outcomes of the choices and the actions. And in that case, once again, being educated and being able to participate in, right? So you can use that and you can participate in discussions because you are afforded that opportunity to do so. And then we have the conversion through another construct of the capability approach, and that is where the individual can transform their capabilities into functionings meaning they can now actually achieve. And when we think about that, it involves the individual's choices, their personal circumstances, their social context, and that affects how the capability will be realized. And here we focus on what are the factors, and that is something that is highlighted in my study, that enable or hinder individual to convert that into potential achievements. So in the context here, when we think about enable or hinder, we use the terms freedoms and unfreedoms. And when we think about converting a capability into functioning, it means that being educated may depend on factors like your economic resources, your social norms, access to educational institutions. So how did I use the capability approach in my specific study? So this approach was used as a lens where I questioned the range of real educational choices that have been available to teachers to add their views in education matters, and whether they have genuine capability to achieve a valued educational functioning, and that is a direct input and clear understanding of imperatives that underpin a quality education. So probing the voices of teachers in the quality education discourse enabled me as the researcher then to unpack the nexus of the capability sets of teachers and the modalities of quality education. So teachers' perceptions was analyzed in relation to the capability sets to provide a deeper understanding of quality education and the capability approach. So when we think about capability sets, in the terms of the capability approach, it is a set or sets of criteria that is used to assess and determine what a person or an institution can do or be. Now there is plus minus 12 capability sets in the capability approach, but the flexibility of the capability sets allow the researcher to choose the ones that are most applicable to the specific study. And one of it is, for example, personal diversity of people, for example, and how that impact on their perception of what quality education means. That is just mentioning one capability sets. There are others, including freedoms and unfreedoms. So the capability approach considers freedoms and unfreedoms as influential in the achievement of functionings. Now remember, when we think about functioning, it's the real choices that they had, that they converted that into achievements, actual achievements. So freedom relating to people's ability to be able to make choices to help themselves and to help others, which is very familiar in the education sector, because by being able to express your viewpoints and contribute to your own practice, so that we can have that community of practice, like what the previous speaker spoke about, allow the researcher then to impact not only the learners, the participants or the teachers, at large, to impact the learners, but also to impact a broader society and community. However, unfreedoms refer to a form of extreme poverty. Now, when we think about poverty, we technically think about, you know, the lack of finances, the lack of income, and things that we as human beings need as a basic right. But we can also have unfreedoms when we are unable, the inability to use one's reason to decide about one's own values and choices due to your surrounding circumstances. So my methodology, I used a qualitative approach, a case study design. The research sample and population was 28 participants. I used 14 primary school teachers and 14 high school teachers. And I know what the previous speaker spoke about, the general limitation about using a case study is that the generalizability of it. So the focus here was just to draw on, teachers from primary school, high school, but get them into a space where I had different participants that participated in focus group interviews. That is a representation of all grades, as well as individual ones. So, but the positive of using a case study is that when a study is successful, the reader can interpret it in the way they want to, whether it's relevant for you or not. Right? Well, is it applicable to you, so that we can avoid that notion of to generalize at the end of the day. So that was my tools. So my process, I was doing a situational analysis through my questioning, where I had the interviews, the individual as well as focus group interviews. I also used document analysis, consulted different literature, policy documents, and so forth. And then I've done analysis of my empirical data that enabled me then to look at a new framework at the end of the day. So the findings of my study, and it's only limited to this particular presentation, that my study sort of agreed to the literature that there are different interpretations and ideas and perceptions of what quality education means. So even after going into the field, expecting from teachers that their employer expects of them to deliver quality education, there was no shared understanding from the teachers of what quality education means. I also found that teachers' involvement is limited to the classroom. And when I say limited to the classroom, teachers' involvement is silent in the actioning of quality education in other levels of the education sector. Now I know that we have union representation, we have teachers at schools that are representing specific teachers for specific unions, and we know the role and purpose of unions is also controversial depending on what you think about it, right? So, but that in my study highlighted that is an artificial voice when it comes to teacher representation, because there's a mismatch sometimes what teachers foreground and what is presented to the employer, or what the matters that are really relevant to them. And there's a lot of things that we can speak about, including violence in school, and we can see the stand of unions, basic education departments, and they just send the flower to the family and they condemn whatever is happening. But tomorrow, like I read now the other day, same story, teacher, deputy principal shot dead, few learners now, I think it was on Monday that I read that. So at the end of the day, when we want a voice for teachers, is it only through the representation of union reps, right? So also various factors were identified and highlighted that pose unfreedoms to teachers and the enhancement of capabilities towards quality education, and the lack of freedom of teachers to make choices that will enhance their capabilities to achieve well-being for both the learners and teachers towards quality educators quality education was also highlighted. So what does that mean? What is the implication then that this particular study wants to highlight? That teachers' voices echoed as underscored, since teacher involvement is limited to the classroom. And I want to say that yes, it's a single case where I used primary school and high school teachers, but when I looked also at data and previous studies highlighted in the literature, I've come across quite a number of studies that speak to the advocacy of bringing teachers' voice in this quality education discourse. So the study revealed that the limitations put on teachers' voices render the understanding of quality education as a bureaucratic discourse instead of a transformational idea. And it also suppresses evaluative reasoning and the pursuit of interconnected teaching and learning freedoms in schools. And I know that, and I think the previous speaker spoke about that, where you have to do a needs analysis because contextual factors impact on the daily operations. And I think Dr. Adams spoke about it. You can give homework, it doesn't mean that the child will have homework, but what do we then link quality education to when it comes to that specific context? What are the unfreedoms posing on teachers in specific schooling contexts that will allow them then to have real opportunities and freedoms to convert that so that their students at the end of the day can also, achieve. So when we think about that, is the consideration of context really there? When you think that this whole blanket approach for quality education, while a two-schooling system still exists in South Africa, in one education department. So the cry out to speak about, listen to the teacher, and this is our experience, what is happening. So what do you regard as quality education? When I step into the school and I forgot to sign the register because I can do it later, which is important, and I have to wait for my learners because maybe the register was not there because I arrived at school 6 o'clock already, so the registers might not be there. But when they do a whole school evaluation, they say this is a dysfunctional school because your teachers can't even sign a register. Therefore, quality education is not really up to standard here, when our core business is to teach and learn, right? So there are so many other things that we can look at. And so my recommendation then was and is that when we want to understand the concept of quality education in South African schooling, this sector necessitates the teacher's voice. Because yes, you can have a minister, you can have task teams, you can have whatever, but if you don't come to the ground floor for the people that are actually the executors of this top-down thing that you want, because you don't involve them and ask them, listen, can we flip the triangle and let me start from there? You can tell us how we can work together and find a balance so that we can improve quality education for all, right? So when we involve teachers and it for us to think about quality education, we need to think about involving teachers. So teachers' participation in reviews, analysis of practice in the field of education, we can do it through workshops, staff meetings, task teams, community of practice, and more important, have teachers part of ministerial task teams. Because they get people from businesses and wherever to advise the minister on education, but they don't ask the maybe a few, depending on whatever. Let me not go into that debate. But the importance for us is to highlight the involvement of teachers and so that their voice can find expression. So it's critical that these are mechanisms for teachers' educational voice to find expression and to contribute towards quality education. So making a deliberate decision of a more collaborative approach with teachers instead of a top-down approach towards quality education will then broaden the horizons of teachers' voices and the nature of teachers' involvement in the quality education discourse to improve policy and quality. What I've done was then also I looked at a quality education framework that encapsulates teachers' voice for grounding quality education. Now this is flexible it's not cast in stone, this framework, because there's still work that needs to be done. I still have to go to Koekemoer and wherever to find out those teachers' views and whatever. But the aim was just basically to encapsulate what teachers are saying so that we can enhance their freedom. They have a starting point. Listen, this is what people are thinking, what quality should look like, right? And so that we can write a new definition about quality education. So I've done that for my framework. And then also I proposed a subject and grade community of practice as a third leg in the framework to incorporate teachers' voices and involvement to enhance teacher freedoms and teacher agencies to enhance the pursuit of quality education. And then these are the fundamentals that came out of my study that teachers think should be linked to the definition of quality education. We have to consider the contextual factors and learning environment. Education should be meaningful and lasting. There must be flexibility and adaptability because we have to consider our context. Teacher involvement is crucial. Teacher well-being, pardon, it must be ethical and it must be relevant and there must be freedoms for teachers, right? And this is my proposed community of practice as an intervention. Obviously, I don't have all the participants because it's also linked to the district office and it's linked to the provincial and task teams and so forth. But here on school level, I do think it is important that we have the school team, subject and grade teachers, subject advisors working closely where they can make this a reality so that they can involve teachers. And one of the things is where you have all the teachers. Remember in primary school, depending on the context, some teachers are teaching all the subjects, whether they are qualified to teach all the subjects, right? So you have teachers teaching social sciences, but they did not do social sciences. But what is the perception around teaching social sciences? It's a Mickey Mouse subject, of which it's not, right? So now you get also to high school, oh, we don't have a history teacher, Ridwan can teach history because right? No, it's not like that. It's not, it's a specialist field, right? So those are the things that impact quality education. So we have to think about ethical behavior when we think about that. So this community of practice is where we involve, on ground level, because we have to look at primary schools that will feed the high school. So they need to understand. Foundation phase needs to know what is happening in the intermediate phase. You cannot box education in saying, I have nothing to do with high school. I'm not teaching grade 12, so therefore I don't need to know. Grade 1, 2, and 3 teachers need to know what is happening in their phase. So also 4, 5, and 6 needs to know the progression in social science, history, and geography, and every other subject, including your senior phase up until your FET phase, right? And that is part of this. In conclusion, teachers in South Africa do recognize that quality education is important. And believe me, when I look at our students at Togi, they are committed to deliver quality education. And teacher capability enhancement programs are viewed as essential for improving quality education, but there are challenges in implementing them effectively. So the quality of education is affected by a range of factors: infrastructure, resources, teacher training, curriculum design, well-being, overcrowded classrooms. The list is very long. When we think about what are the factors impacting, we don't even have parents and whatnot, right? Yeah. So teachers' perceptions of quality education are influenced by their own experiences, their cultural, social, economic context in which they work. So collaboration is critical for improving quality of education in South Africa between teachers, school leaders, education policy makers, and that is critical. And so to end off, then I think the buzzword here is collaboration. The buzzword is community of practice. How can we then see to it that we involve our teachers and so that teachers' voice can find expression in the correct way, in the correct place where it's supposed to be. And I thank you.
you it's a loaded presentation. A lot of nuggets came out of that, so I'm sure that there are questions. Yes, Mr. White.
Thank you, Dr. Hoffman. That was very interesting. I do have to say that there are processes in place in schools, but unfortunately, some of the ideas and information, Shante spoke earlier, that it gets gate-kept somewhere. So when there's a proposal to implement a certain strategy at the school, it stops by the principal's desk, perhaps on his emails. It doesn't go further to the circuit manager. But also titles are very, very important at schools, important for them. So once a teacher post-level 1 goes to post-level 2, they copycat what the previous post-level 2 person did, the HOD. You need to speak to me, and I speak to the principal. There's no direct communication from a post-level 1 to post-level 3 or post-level 4. And in the same sense, I can email the circuit manager now, not going to get the response because it has to go through, there has to be that trail. Yeah. I have to go through HOD goes to the principal goes to the circuit manager. But what I've also seen is that circuit managers come to schools and they just give their demands. They don't look at the school contextually because they say, look at school down the road, they're doing amazing, why can't you do this? You know? But so the platform is not made available for teachers to speak their mind, to speak their voice, and then they run to their unions. But the unions come and they strike a deal with the opposing unions who are representing the principal or whatever, and they strike a deal and they just shush you there and you have to yeah, exactly. I mean, nothing happens. But also, in my experience, teachers are uninformed in terms of what resources are available. The WCD's website is loads of resources available, trainings on policies and technology and all of those things that are available. But teachers do not get the circulars at certain schools. Certain schools, principals don't share the circulars because they keep it to themselves. That's just my comment, what I wanted to make on that.
I have a proposal also in the framework on how we can address to involve teachers directly, but that's a story for another day. Because yes, one of the findings was also that teachers say that being in teaching has become a anxiety-provoking profession, and that is why one of the elements that stood out while I tried to figure out the perceptions of teachers about quality education, all of them spoke about teacher well-being and the list of it. I didn't bring it into this specific presentation, but it's relevant to what you are saying. But then again also, some things work at school A, but it's not going to work at school X. So once again, context play a big role, because you know, when we think about leadership and management, it also depends on the type of leader that you have, you know, that will enhance and advance the teachers to go for better, instead of thinking that they are paying you from the grandfather's estate and so forth. We do have them also there, so taking ownership of a school that does not belong to them physically or the family. But yeah. So it's an ongoing conversation in terms of you know, getting that there, that we know there's a need for teachers to find expression without thinking that there's a competition between unions, and that is why I say artificial representation. So they are fighting about things that are not relevant, where our core business is teaching and learning.
We've got one more.
There's for unity, there's a question online. The first take Professor for
Dr. Hoffman, you've really touched on a number of serious shortcomings in our education system, which worries all of us. I mean, we know we've got a two-planet system. The system for the wealthy, which have some of the best schools in the world, and then the majority of schools which really, really struggle. And I really wonder about our teachers' well-being, how they coping, what are they saying we can do to help them. The thing that worries me most often is how they have no freedom to teach and learn, and the principals to support them in that. A lot of the time is taken up with bureaucratic compliance. monitoring and evaluation.
Ticking the box.
I said to the director of education, you know, I think 70% of my friend who's a principal, his time is taken up by looking upward towards you and not towards the student. He says I'm wrong. He says it's 80%. But it's an acknowledgement that the more they try and quality assure and, you know, monitor and evaluate, the more it oppresses teachers' ability to have agency and be creative and do things. So, you know, how are we going to turn this around?
And I can comment on that. One of the things that I want to propose also then to the basic education department is to revise the post of principals and leaders. And in saying that, you know, when you work at a university institution and you have appointments of HODs and deans or deputy deans, they have terms for 3 years, 5 years. If you do well, you can apply again. But what happens if you have a principal that is appointed and stay there for 30 years and they messed up a whole community for 30 years? So there's nothing wrong that you can be there, prove yourself, reapply, stay on, show us why you belong there, on the basis that we have an improvement on quality education as well as the well-being of the community and the society, because schools are a microcosm of the society that they find themselves in. And yes, we have physical disabilities and there's a thing for inclusion in education, but that's also just a blanket approach because we want it to look nice on paper, while we are crippling the mainstream school with all these bureaucratic top-down approaches of ticking boxes. And like I said, then you have the principal, most of them or some of them, depending on the context, that it is, you know, my school. So therefore I tell you what you have to do.
Dr. Samantha, I'm going to take the last question here from the online space. I see Shama Martinez's hand is up, as we would like to conclude this session.
Thank you very much, Ms. Somebody else first.
They're just teasing, they're teasing you, Shamil, they're teasing you. They love you engaged. Please go ahead.
No, sir. No, thank you. Yes, Dr. Hoffman, I just picked up something, just a few comments about the capability approach. It really manifests to me that there's a cognitive match between you and your sister. And then secondly, a stat that I've picked up, 20% of South African schools offer quality education. 80% is in disarray, is dysfunctional, you know, and it must actually be the other way around, as you have so eloquently suggested. Then also just another comment, that quality education actually starts at home and then it continues into the schools, you know. So what you are doing, you are just trying to do an extension of what already should start at home, you know, in terms of literacy, numeracy, basic scientific knowledge, life skills, etc. And then just in the sciences, one last comment, in the sciences, we actually train our teachers that do not assume that you're going to teach in a school that is well equipped and that is going to affect your quality education. We actually teach them innovative ways to continue with quality education by using household materials, waste materials, but to never let the quality of your education or your task down because of a lack of equipment. And we teach them also sometimes how to do simulations. There's a lot of simulations you can do in the sciences, etc. So we offer them innovative ways to keep the quality education at its highest level. Just a few comments. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you very much, Shamil. Do I have to respond? Okay. Thank you very much for that comment.
Thank you, Ms. Shona Zas, for your participation today. I'd like to now not really belabor anything anymore. Please can I have Ms. Amber Clark come to the front? She will be the presenter for the next session. The facilitator is online, and that is Mr. Harold Mr. Harold Abrams, excuse me. Can we just check, Harold, do you hear us? Can you just do a sound check for us, please?
Amali, can you hear me?
You can. Give me 1 minute, please.
Ons hoor hom meteen maar net aan. Oh, sorry.
There's a science guy. Nice guy. So he's lecturing.
Thank you everyone. Clark is going to commence with the presentation. Harold is online as the facilitator and he has confirmed that he can hear us. Harold is starting
I'm
now.
so sorry, is he going to introduce Harold?
Harold, are you introducing Amber?
Because that's the procedure.
Yes, it is. Harold, can you confirm again that you can hear us?
Sorry, Masuna, may I ask that he introduces Amber and that you do then the screen sharing. Otherwise, we have not an introduction.
Yeah.
Yeah, please.
Harold just said that he doesn't have any sound on Teams.
Harold, but you're muted on our side. I can see that you're muted.
Okay, let me speak.
Yes, I can hear now.
You must speak now.
Yes, I can hear.
Introduce Amber Clark. Thank you very much. We're starting with your session now.
Okay. Okay, thank you for that. And thank you for the opportunity to be a respondent to Amber Clark. She's currently a lecturer at Taugi in the B.Ed intermediate and foundation phase, and she teaches robotics, I think, robotics, and methodology of teaching coding and robotics, and then also information community technology. I think that is the big one that she teaches, information community and technology. And then in the foundation phase, she's also teaching the teaching modules, and then also act as the foundation phase teaching coordinator. From a CV, she has honors from UNISA in therapy, and then she has a master's as well, and then currently she is a candidate for a PhD studies at UCT University. And then I'm looking forward to present Amber to do a presentation. Thank you, Amber.
Good afternoon, respected guests and fellow colleagues online and in person. Thank you for the opportunity for allowing me to present my research and sharing a bit about my own educational journey. There is a very interesting book by Simon Second called Start With. Children have little control over their direct environment. They need to make adjustments to cope, survive, and ultimately thrive if they wish to pursue further studies. I've worked with children diagnosed with ASD, OCD, dyslexia, dyscalculia, slow processing, white anger, depression, performance anxiety, ADD, ADHD, and learners who have been victims of abuse and bullying. It takes time to build a relationship with a child and unpack what they are going through, often shown through changes in their behavior and performance. However, time, effort, and energy is not always a luxury that teachers have. There is a general connotation around students who achieve high grades as being intelligent, well-behaved, and easier to handle, while those who receive low grades as difficult, misbehaved, with lower academic intellect. This notion is what I have challenged. When I was teaching mathematics at a primary school, I had a new student halfway through the year. All that I was given was his report card, which contained incredibly low results. There was also very limited background information on his learner profile card. For the first 2 weeks, this 9-year-old would throw tantrums every morning and during class. He would swear at his teachers, never complete his homework, and continue to perform poorly. It was very clear that an intervention was needed. We had a meeting with his mother, who was very open about their circumstances, sharing that she had been in rehab for the last 2 years, had recently gotten divorced, and his father was no longer in the picture. She had lost all his documents and previous school records, including school council reports. With this new information, we had a different perspective, understanding, and deep sense of empathy for this learner. His behavior was suddenly understood and even unsurprising. Having access to this information allowed for a different approach towards the student. He required special attention and for his teachers to build his confidence, provide emotional support, and allow for him to be a child at school. There was almost an instant change in his behavior once he had learned that his outbursts did not scare us, but made us want to help him more. He began to take his schoolwork seriously and soon realized his potential as his marks increased. This student came first in the grade for mathematics. This shows 2 things. Firstly, how the report card misrepresents a child's potential, it is used so often to judge it. And secondly, how important context is, and that those directly involved in the student's life should have access to the sensitive information, ensuring to handle it professionally and in confidence. I had wished that we, and even as teachers before us, had access to this information earlier. perhaps having access to a digital backpack of this child's journey would have allowed for earlier intervention and support. My agenda overview. To clarify the context of my research, please note that this investigation was focused on the intermediate and senior phase South African report card. The foundation phase report card is structured very differently and would require a different approach perspective. Research continues to motivate that the current structure of the report card has severe limitations and is a poor and ineffective system used to monitor academic achievement over a learner's schooling career. The predominant reason as to why the report card has such a significant role in a learner's schooling career is because it is used as the main form of verdict during admission processes to other schools, universities and colleges, and even future employers. It has also been continuously proved that learners attach their grades to their identity. Feelings of failure and shame can do psychological harms to learners. The significant lies in the importance and direct impact that the school report card has, not only on a learner's current schooling experience, but their future educational journey too. A summative mark tells us what the child was able to perform at the specific time and day that the test was written, regardless of whether the child had had breakfast that morning or had an unsettling situation at home. However, it is proven that these occurrences will affect how a child performs. Yet in the report card, no contextual information is indicated, and all that is reflected is a summative mark. This begs the question, are learners represented fairly? A brief outline of my research structure and train of thought. Once discovering that this was my research topic, this led me to my next question, of what truly defines a fair and holistic representation of a learner. I had to find an appropriate framework and lens to answer this question. Once I had chosen a framework, I knew I had to critique the report card accurately, fairly, and theoretically to truly determine whether it is a true representation of a learner. I then had to do research and find what fair and holistic report cards exist and how do they compare to the South African report card and what does it consist of. And finally, if I had to create a fair and holistic report card, what would be included? My problem statement is as follows. The predominant limitation of the report card is that this document is confined to the display of single subject results and is therefore insufficient in meeting the evolving needs of our students, teachers, and parents, as it tends to reduce students to an academic result. The framework that I found to be most appropriate to define what needs to be captured to fairly represent a child's learning was Bronfenbrenner's ecological systems theory. Bronfenbrenner was an educational psychologist who believed in the profound impact that contextual factors such as parental divorce have on a child's development and learning. He developed a model that breaks down a child's context into various systems. In the diagram displayed, you can see the child is at the center, surrounded by an expanding set of systems. The first is the microsystem, which includes factors, which includes relationships between the parent and the child, or the child and a peer. The second includes the mesosystem, which includes relationships between individuals in the microsystem, such as the parent and the teacher. The exosystem includes factors such as the parent's occupation or the parent's working hours. The macrosystem includes societal norms, government, and legislation. The chronosystem refers to the passing of time, in which events happen that affect the child, such as the birth of a sibling, or physiological changes as the child matures. All in all, Bronfenbrenner's theory argues that these contextual factors influence academic performance and therefore need to be considered when evaluating a child's performance. My literature review, which was conducted through the lens of this framework, consisted of unpacking two main components. The first was evaluating the current school report card and understanding its defined purpose according to policy. To put it very briefly, the Department of Education defines the report card as a document set to contain feedback on the academic achievement of learners. Comments on the report card elaborate on a learner's strengths and developmental needs in relation to academic performance. Each child must have a learner profile that focuses on providing documentation pertaining to the learner's academic performance and progress. However, other than medical history, the content continues to focus on achievement and scholastic history. Therefore, based on this literature review, it was evident that the main purpose and focus for these documents is limited to academic performance. And therefore, these documents do not meet the requirements of Bronfenbrenner's ecological systems theory and do not sufficiently and adequately serve in generating an appropriate representation of a child's learning and performance. I then had to discover if any report cards existed that did comply with Bronfenbrenner's framework. I evaluated 11 case studies centered around the use of electronic developmental report cards, none of which complied with Bronfenbrenner's framework. I looked at applications that had similar features but were more aligned with behavior tracking and communication, such as Class Dojo or Seesaw. I did discover the Mastery Transcript Consortium, which is an international group of public and private secondary schools working to create a new type of secondary school transcript. This transcript focuses on reflecting competencies such as critical reflection, collaboration, and compassion, as opposed to the traditional reflection of static grades. What is incredibly interesting is that they are partnering with universities to allow this transcript to qualify as a valid document during application. However, grades are not reflected and the missing component remains to be context. As I was not able to discover a report card that accurately represents a learner through the eyes of Bronfenbrenner, I had to determine what would need to be included to create a fair representation of a learner. This led me into my decided methodology, a qualitative study consisting of semi-structured interviews with 5 purposefully selected participants. These participants included a teacher, parent, ed-psych, inclusive education specialist, and an occupational therapist. My questions were different for each participant and aimed to unpack what they believe should be included in an ideal report card and why. Using the recordings of the semi-structured interviews, I conducted the thematic analysis by grouping the various factors that arose into the systems of Bronfenbrenner's model. You can see in the diagram what specific factors the participant mentioned and in which systems they are theoretically grouped. The findings provide the contents for a holistic developmental report card, which according to Bronfenbrenner would display an accurate representation of a child's learning and performance. This was a very short overview of my master's thesis, and I am fortunate enough to continue building on this topic in my PhD. I'm busy creating a digital prototype of this report card, which will be implemented in a primary school class. I understand that sensitive and confidential data will be dealt with in this research and development of this tool. I have a cybersecurity consultant who I've been working with from the start of my master's. I hope to unpack the value of this concept and answer questions such as, how can this report card aid a teacher in understanding and explaining a child's progress in class? How can this tool assist in educational intervention and support? All in all, I want to achieve proof of concept in unpacking the true value of tracking academic achievement in a holistic manner. To conclude, I understand that the concept of replacing the current school report card seems far-fetched, unrealistic, and problematic in a country like South Africa. But should this stop innovation? Should we stay behind because of our difficult past circumstances? Should we limit what we can achieve? In order to bring transformation, innovative educational technologies need to be researched, trialed, and tested. I hope this resonates with some of you today. We cannot become what we need to be by staying where we are. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you so much to Amber Clark for her presentation. I'm going to ask Mr. Harold Abrams online to respond to that, and then we'll start taking questions. Thank you, Harold.
Okay, thank you, President. Thank you, Amber. A word of thanks and appreciation and gratitude for this presentation. I think it's a well-presented framework with all the relevant steps to make it a commendable academic study. Initially, I put down a proposal, but by listening to you, you have unpacked the methodology, the findings, and the recommendations. Because in the correspondence to you, I asked you, will these be shared with the education department? So rightfully towards the end, you hinted about that. Is it just an exclusive academic research, or is there interaction with the education department to share the findings and eventually the recommendation of this research study? And then, like I said, a purpose of the framework, it provides a theoretical background to the proposed balance approach that you've highlighted. And it also looked at the research. If I look at the research question, and then initially I asked you maybe to say why you selected that. You have answered that. It says the execution of replacing the South African Scholastic report, right? You have hinted why you selected this particular question, focused question. And then if I look at the theoretical underpinnings and the understanding of the electronic developed report card that you envisage, then the thing that comes to mind now is there a new thinking about how teaching should happen? Is there a new thinking how learning should happen? And very much, I think Professor Schwan hinted, is there a new thinking how assessment currently in schools should happen? In other words, does it mean changing how learners are taught and what is learned? And then the second part of the focus question spoke about the electronic developed card, and then you hinted about that. Then I thought about will it identify skills development of the learners. You spoke about the potential, learners' potential. And do you foresee any potential limitation of this research? Maybe you could answer that for me, and then I will ask a follow-up question about the interaction with the department.
Okay, thank you, Harold. So yes, the plan is to present this at the end of the PhD, depending on the results to the department. I'm lucky to have a supervisor who also believes in the vision of this, and she is very well connected. And we already have identified a development house to eventually build this into an application. But of course we need to first prove it with the research. But long term, yes.
Okay, we're going to take
Yes, Harold?
Go ahead, Harold.
I thought maybe if you could maybe just elaborate about the other question. Does she foresee a change in learning, change in teaching, change in assessment?
I think there's already issues with the CAPS document and the syllabus that we follow, but I think that there could be a focus on moving from assessment to more mastery of competencies and also allowing for soft skills to come through in a report. But I think this is just more about tracking academic achievement holistically, which will actually have implications on teaching and learning.
I think it's interesting. I was thinking about earlier while you were speaking that there's also sort of a socio-status attachment to report cards in households. Where parents and family members extended see this report card and say, oh, this is a smart one, this is a not so smart one. So this also impacts the child's experience in the classroom, the pressure that comes with that. So I love the research that you're doing because it will obviously have some type of impact on that. In fact, I was mentoring a student who's at UWC who was struggling in a chosen program, and he wants to change over to a different program that's going to get him the same honors result that he wants to get into. And the HOD was saying to him, why you want to change? This one has more status than this one. And he says, but it's going to get me to the same honors program that I want to do, so I'll move over to this one. So it's interesting also how in our education spaces, the same type of higher education spaces, the same type of pressure is put on students in terms of achievement and grade, and how grades is seen as.
And what you said now as well, I was busy with more research, and this topic is almost incredibly sensitive because it's so buried in tradition, and this is the way things have been done, that it's scared to be challenged because parents want to see scores because that's all they know, that's all that they can relate to.
Absolutely.
So it's quite a difficult topic to challenge.
Harold, we're going to take questions from the room, the physical room right now. There's quite a few hands up. I'd like to start with Margot, her hand is up, and then Chantal, with Shantae, and Rochelle. Margot, please go ahead.
Yes, I used to be an itinerant teacher as an arts and culture teacher. I used to go from school to school, and what used to really, really upset me was the negative labeling that happens via report cards and files where teachers would see me and say, these are the ones. And it got to a point where I'm like, I don't want to see anything, I don't want to hear anything. But then also, even in staff rooms, informally, the conversations, watch out for this. And the child is labelled in grade 1 and is carrying the label right through up to grade 7. And it used to really, really upset greatly. And I don't know how one could deal with that. If a more comprehensive kind of report card would help with that.
Yeah.
But I was really horrified.
And that continues to happen, even though the child could have many other skills, or they're gifted in sport, for example. But if you see a low grade, you'd be more immediately assume this child's going to be difficult in my class. I'd rather
the assumptions, yeah. And they can't get rid of the labels. They carry that label so clearly.
Thank you so much, Margot. Dr.
Yeah, I think I want to highlight the importance of the study. The study is very crucial. I think it was on Monday when I read that a student committed suicide because of a teacher mocking him for having low grades and couldn't take it. He went home, took his life, and I mean, that is now in the conscience of the teacher. So I think this is firstly a very important study, and I think assessment practices forms a huge part of my study as well. And you could look at the work of Sohami. She's written extensively on assessment. And the one thing in the recent years that came out is that assessment or report cards move from being a measuring tool to this determining powerful device where it determines likeness, its socioeconomic status, and now it questions the validity of assessments, and also the potential that assessment has to influence the entire reform process like you're busy doing. And I think when we think about the validity of assessment, it exacerbates social inequalities. And what you're doing, this is a good study to address those social injustices, the mindset, and avoiding what happened in the wake of a child committing suicide. So I want to commend you that this is a very, very, very important study. So well done to you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Chantal. I'm going to ask Dr. Shantae for her.
I think I want to echo the words of the previous speakers who said that this is, for me, a brilliant study. It's something that I've never thought about. It is something groundbreaking, and I have to share that I'm taking it a little bit on the personal side because I'm a mom of 2 daughters. And so, as much as one would like to say that there's mom and there's dad, but inherently your children are different. And so when the report cards come home, everybody's happy to view those report cards, but when we open them up, we inherently have different reactions to different codes, and it sets the mood. And I mean, my children are only about 9 and 7 years old, but they read my face and they are waiting for me to have some type of expression, and they can almost pick up if I'm not satisfied. And so even before I open that envelope, I have to just make sure that I'm censoring my body language so that I'm not communicating any negative ideas to them, you know, that they can internalize at the end of the day, and it can inform how they think about themselves and their confidence in so many things. And the last thing that I would just like to say, it also made me aware of how we need to really be reflective in our assessment practices, but also in our reporting practices after assessments has been concluded. Because again, on a personal note, one of my daughters, she's diagnosed as a type 1 diabetic, so that means that she's insulin dependent. She has to take multiple insulin shots throughout the day at school, and so her blood sugar levels fluctuate. She might have a hypoglycemia, she might have a hyperglycemia, and then on that day when she's expected to write a mathematics assessment, her blood sugar might drop all the way to 2, and she might need a time out, and she might need a snack, and the other kids are running ahead of her, and she needs to come back. And so I think it's very easy for parents, teachers, for the department even, to forget that there are very many contextual factors that need to be considered that influences a child on that specific day, at that specific time, that is obviously now reflected just on one code from 1 to 7, and that is the be-all and the end-all. And in some cases, we're heading now to the 4th term, it will decide the fate at the end of the year. So thank you so much for your research, and also for making us aware and sharing this with us.
Thank you very much. I feel there's more like just feedback and positive review coming than questions. But I'm going to ask Rashad to pose his comments or feedback or question.
Yeah, I have a lot.
But I'm going to be quiet.
Thanks, Amber. I can understand why Harold said you have honours in therapy. Your tone and how you delivered was very therapeutic. You listen to it and hear. Yes, the empathy behind it, not just all the statistics and the research. I would like to recommend, I've taught the British curriculum before, and they also have a merit system, but the merit system obviously kills creativity in the student. But the way they work, they have a school information system as well, and embedded within that school information system, they kind of categorize their students as not disabled, but differently able, and the smarter students are more able and talented. That's the acronym they use, MAT students. So they wouldn't say that's a smart student, they would say more able and talented. And in the school information system, they also have different categories for good behavior, not listening to the teachers or whatever. And on the school information system, it gets reported, and that gets linked directly to your end report that you get at the end of the term. Not just your results of your academic achievements, and also the school information system is quite comprehensive. So you need to look into what's internationally available and see how you can embed it in the South African context as well. So yeah, but well done with the work that you did so far.
I was going to actually ask Ms. Clark if there is an intended future study in a comparison of what's happening internationally, because I think I've read extensively on what Japan is doing in their school, where there's no assessment in the foundation phase until they get to grade 5 or something like that, and the whole foundation phase is based on developing humanistic principles, empathy and responsibility to community, while there is learning and skills development happening, and there isn't a pressure on like in our schooling system, there's this pressurization on mathematics competence and science competence, whereas they're already introducing their youngsters in school to art and cooking and craft and these kind of things. So it's very interesting. I would want to see in the future a sort of comparative study of how they deal with the question that Harold asked. How do they do assessments? How do they deal with teaching and learning? How does reporting happen in those types of things? Maybe a book one day. On that. Sorry, Quentin.
Thank you, Amber. As the gentleman said, therapeutic. I totally agree with your research, and that would be ideal if we can get that really manifesting in our schools, because that will make a tremendous difference. What I actually would like to challenge is the fact that having that, trying to get that in place means actually it can add burden to the already overburdened teacher. The report card is a construct of the curriculum, what needs to be delivered. So we need to adhere to the disciplinary knowledge that needs to be delivered. So when you get to university, the student coming into the university, we at the university expect them to have the disciplinary knowledge. It might be at the end of the day that we need to then have to revisit the whole curriculum and how it's been drafted in order to comply to those needs that we have in the context that we serve. So that is the only challenge that I would see in the study, how the ripple effect of the whole thing would be from primary.
I think there definitely is a space for grades. I don't think they need to be eliminated, but it needs to be a component of the bigger picture.
Yeah.
And I think in a picture perfect world, to have a system that has multiple layers, and depending who you are, you have access up until layer 2 of the child, because then it becomes too personal. And whoever controls that, there's just this basically, I call it a digital backpack of what this child has been through, and you have full control over how much information gets shared and with who. So much so that the educational psychologist, the parent, and the teacher can log in and communicate on that platform, and depending on your login, have access to the various amount of information. But now for the admin burning of teachers, that's another challenge. They would need to go in for training or be given a iPad or a Chromebook or something to work with. But at the same time, that's also upskilling. But that is a challenge that has been acknowledged in my PhD.
Thank you very much. There's one question online that I'd like to take, and then I'll come back to you. Sorry, Ridwan, I did not see your hand. Please go ahead.
I found your model very, very interesting, particularly how layered it was, and almost as layered as the detail a report card should actually have. And I was reminded in many of those layers of Otto Scharmer's theory U. And what Otto Scharmer does is he has many of those layers in that model as well. Obviously, academics being academics, they'll call those layers the most spectacular things in order to create difference. And one of the most important things that comes up in the model, one of the first stages that comes up in that model, has been picked up in every single comment, echoing your presentation, release of judgment. And only after release of judgment, as a kind of stage transition into leadership, which is where the model is located in leadership studies. Only after release of judgment can you actually progress to ultimately what is presency, to be present to a child, to be present to an adult. So I just want to put that out there as a potential additional tool for your research.
So it's a build on from that theory.
I think it would complement the current model that you're working with. I think it would complement it brilliantly and give you an additional, an add-on vocabulary and or set of tools to work with that.
Thank you. Thank you so much for that feedback to Amber Ridwan. I want to ask, there are two hands in the virtual room. Shamil is number 1 and Naima Pretorius is number 2. Shamil, please go ahead, and then Naima, you can ask your question as soon as Shamil is done, then Amber can respond to both. Thank you. Shamil, go ahead.
Thank you very much. Yes, thank you very much, Ms. Nuna. Ms. Clark, I have a very critical eye, and this is nothing personal. It is just if we can assist each other, then possibly we should. Your title. I'm just looking at your title again. It says an exploration into the execution of replacing the South African scholastic report card with the electronic developmental report cards, a Bronfenbrenn ecological perspective. If I read that title, Ms. Clark, I don't see the target population. So in other words, you specified that you're specifically focusing on grade 4 to 12. So I feel that that should be inserted in that title, that your target population is grade 4 to 12. Because when I read scholastic report, I'm going to think grade R to grade 12. So I think you need to specify in that title, it's grade 4 and 12 to 12 that you are interested in. That is my first comment. Then the second comment ties in with Quentin. They said great minds think alike. I have also taught for many years at high schools, and we are so overburdened when it comes to the end of an exam after so much marking and things like that, and we do not really have the time to sit with a very extensive report card to fill in and so forth. So just as Quentin suggested a challenge, I feel the report card then needs to be refined, that it doesn't impact a lot on our time, so that is something, a suggestion from Quentin and from myself as well. And I love the idea really about this electronic format, and also that the electronic format gets emailed to the parent, because sometimes the child comes home and says, no, there's no report card this term, it's holiday, mommy. So I like that idea of electronic. You can email it to the parent and it doesn't sort of go lost along the way. And then also what this report card impresses about is that you start to see the other side of the learner instead of just seeing an 80%. For example, I took a lot of students on an excursion to the Wood Nature Reserve. Now Johnny in your class doesn't say a word, he doesn't do anything. You take Johnny to the Wood Nature Reserve. Johnny is the medical assistant. Johnny is the chef. Johnny helps to unload the baggages, the bags and stuff like that. Johnny is always around, if you need help with anything. But in a classroom situation, you're not going to see that. So on our excursion, Johnny blossoms, and you see the other side of this learner, which this report card is going to report, which is excellent. Because that 20% Johnny gets for my subject is not going to say much about what other values and qualities Johnny actually has. And then my last comment, thank you for the opportunity, is that this previous report cards cater only for the cognitive domain. This report card is going to cater for the affective as well as the psychomotive domains, which makes the report card much more holistic than the previous one. I thank you for your time.
Thank you so much, Shona. Naima?
You can come.
Naima Pretorius, you want to come in?
She's muted.
Okay, if we're going to just be delayed.
Hi, can you hear me?
Okay, yes, we can. Go ahead.
Yes, she's very good.
Sorry about that. Thank you for this opportunity. It's such an interesting concept about a report. I just wanted to make a very and I just wanted to just challenge the idea of how friendly our scholastic reports that are being designed by the schools in South Africa compared to the international world, how child-friendly they are, and the type of jargon and the kind of concepts used when reporting, on a child. And one of the clear distinctions is I would receive a report in an international world that would be plus minus 14 pages, where a class teacher or homeroom teacher, as they would say, have really clear language and clear, short, simple sentences and very engaging student report with very engaging visuals as well that actually tell a story about what a child did in class and reported what a student did. For example, my sons, what they would have done in a class over a semester. So I think we've got a lot to learn in terms of how do we report to a child and what does a child take away from this report. what I learned is that many of the reporting systems internationally lay out targets or learning targets or the next steps for what the child should do. So the child was himself engaged with the report and said, okay, for the next semester, my learning targets for maths was this. My English learning targets were that. So there wasn't just a summative reported mark. So just a comment to say maybe we need to look into that and compare the differences and see how, you know, the kind of language you're using, the friendly tone we're using, the friendliness, the child friendliness of this report and the impact that it can actually have to the child and how relatable this reporting is to the child. Just something that we need to think about. That was just a comment. Thank you, Ms. Rana.
Thank you so much, Ms. Naomi. You want to respond?
Thank you, Naima. So in the PhD, I do plan to explore more globally compared to the Masters. The Masters was more around proving my hypothesis that the South African report card is not adequate.
Yes.
I had to prove that theoretically. I couldn't just claim it and then say this is what it should be. I had to prove according to policy and the department. So I thank you. That's come across in a few suggestions to compare globally and see what is out there. I have found a few case studies that I could go deeper.
Okay, I'm going to take two more questions from these hands have been burning, pushing themselves up here, and it's going to be the last two for the day because we are way over our time and we'd like to conclude, and that's from the Registrar and from Rashad. Registrar, please go ahead.
Okay, first, just to agree with what Quentin has said, I think the context of our South African education system is sort of prolific. In terms of your report card, it will justify entry into university. So it's not just about changing the report card within the schooling system, but we'll have to change from the bottom right to the top, because what is accepted and what will be acceptable at university level. And then before going internationally, the contrast that we have, and our director referred to it this morning in his opening welcome, where he said the contrast that we have between the Model C, ex-Model C, and the underprivileged communities. If speaking about something of this nature, the implementation of a report card of this nature will be total chaos across those three sectors. Right? So coming from the communities, we will know that our teachers, we didn't have psychologists at school, number one. Right? So having a psychologist at school is something that most of us don't have, right? One that comes every couple of years, and it comes to the 1,000 learners that you have in your school. So testing these type of things across the various schooling systems that we have within South Africa itself is already a complicated situation, which may be a topic for a PhD or something. Testing the implementation of what you have proven through your hypothesis. Can it be implemented adequately? Can it be implemented across all? Or will there be certain complications? So more than a question, just a suggestion in terms of the contrast that we have in our current education system within South Africa itself, and whether this type of report card will be feasible across all socio-economic factors that we have in South Africa.
And last question for the day, please. Thank you.
I just want to now add to the gentleman and to Dr. Reitler. Already, the universities are accepting NCV results, and that's on TVET level, and that's equivalent to a grade 10 to 12. And they have a different resulting system or assessment system or feedback, and the universities are accepting that already. But more importantly, we are in transition from ministerial programs or ministerial subjects into occupational programs, because we're going to introduce in the 2030 curriculum. We're already going to see the subjects you mentioned earlier on, and they're going to focus on barber and cooking and all of that, and then inevitably assessment methods and the resulting has to change, and then we have to focus on, like when I was a marker, Sarah taught me when I grade students at Togi, I work on the framework of even better if and what went well. So we need to get that category and see what automated system is there, so that I don't thumbs up feedback from my own and my individual perspective, but there's already for our management down a template for feedback. So when I press this learner, it's achieved a 1, then there's already an automated response to say learner A needs to improve on the subject. So there's a template for that.
So those are the last two questions of the day. I'm sorry if anybody else has any other burning questions. You may email everybody.
just a little jesting in joke to Amber, we're leaving you for the graveyard shift, but no, it was no graveyard shift.
Therapeutic.
Absolutely, it was therapeutic, it was interactive, and so we appreciate that we kept you for last and that you ended the day well. Thank you so much for that, Amber. I'm now going to call upon our CEO to do some closing remarks, and then my colleague Mariwanja will read for the vote of thanks. Thank you.
So can I just ask, can Shamil, can you hear me? That's joining us virtually. I want to commend, I will get to Shamil now. I want to commend, before commendations, Quentin is also here, he joins later. You will always stay family. Pam, Adrien and Hugh and Quentin. You will always stay family. Thank you for being with us today. Quentin, the previous program coordinator in the PTC. Ek weet nie hoe met julle daar in die hoek gesit nie. Metaphorically, ek sal julle volgende uit die voorlaat sit hoor. So we are so grateful that you attended today and be with us, and we will always invite you to our colloquia. The next one will probably be about AI and academic integrity. It was a wonderful day. Thank you, Prof. Sean, that you stayed with us the entire day. We are honored that you are with us. I want to like to commend our colleagues, our presenters, as well as our respondents with the excellent way in which you reacted today and engaged with our presenters. Thank you so much. Our registrar made a comment. We would like to invite you, we would like to support you to take this research. We have a budget. We would like to support you to publish your research, to publish under the TOGI banner, TOGI lecturer banner in subsidized journals. We are going to engage you in discussions about recurriculation. Your research must inform our curricula and the way we think about how we should structure our curricula. Let me tell you a quick joke based on Amber's last presentation. My oldest son in grade 6, they went on the day when the school closes, they went on a rugby and netball tour. And I asked him, where is your report? Where's your report card? He said, no, it will be there when the school starts at the next quarter. And that afternoon, one of my friends, his daughter was Tia, in the same class as also Lawrence. He said, "Wat Lawrence gedoen?" I said, "Did they get their report cards?" He said, yes. And I was so cross, I would like to get onto the phone and call the principal and say, stop the bus in the Southern Free State. And then when I had the conversation with my son, I said, Pa, wil jy hê ek moet stel dit 4 al Piet? So that's the joke from our family. Thank you so much. It was a wonderful engagement today. The crucial contribution we as a private institution and our lecturers, our researchers can make to not only to our own educational offering, if I think of Margot's international exposure, all your research can and should have not only a local but also an international impact. And we'd like to commend you on that and say thank you so much. Also our colleagues who joined virtually, I will call Shamil and ask how far is his PhD. I know he's in the last phase of it. Thank you for your contribution. Thank you. And the program.
So talk about integrated messaging. Lawrence spoke and then in the end included parts of my vote of thanks. Okay, so I have another 45 minutes. 4.5. 4.5. Okay, very quickly. We're all tired and we had a beautiful day, exhausting day. I'm now starting to see what Lawrence said. They're all sitting in the naughty corner.
No. For leading us. Naughty corner.
There's something to be said about every single speaker that came to the front and spoke. I started making a grid, main points. How am I going to knock on their doors via email on where I'd like them to help me with what? Because I think every single presentation has a very, very particular practical outlook, practical implementation space. Every single one of them, in whatever kind of involvement. And I want to echo what Dr. Erasmus just said now about bringing in the research, bringing in action research, experiential research. And TOGI can be the perfect place for that in terms of testing that research. Obviously with a whole load of ethical issues before I'm reminded by our suits way of thinking, Dr. Radcliffe. So thank you to all the speakers and all the effort that you put into it and the different types of PowerPoint backgrounds. It was certainly PowerPoint and not powerless point. And then to our facilitators, every single one of them coming forward, presenting, holding the sessions, asking questions, testing the grounds. Thank you for that. And then a group that's not represented in this room, sadly, the organizing team. And they tucked away on the other side, Nadima and Zara, and please forgive me, Nadima, Zara, Nadira, Hamida.
Technical.
I was we're getting there. And our comfort was because of them. So thank you to that. To the IT team, give and take a few echoes, and didn't really stop Shamil from asking his questions. Sorry, Shamil, I had to take that punch. The IT team as well, and then to all of us, and so say all of us, to all of us for engaging, participating. After lunch, graveyard shift, lots of boiled potatoes, too much of proteins, and we still held it together and blasted up as far as Amber with as many comments as we possibly could. And that speaks to TOGI passion. And I think it's incredible that we have that, even at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. And I want to call on and echo the invitation of Dr. Radcliffe that Dr. Erasmus has transmitted to all of us. I want to echo that about the space for a TOGI research, to establish and build further on and consolidate the research. What year was the first journal here?
2018.
2018. Yes, TOGI research to evolve into accredited journals. Cabinet Ratus has proudly put in his ORCID number. And there we go. There's so much of skill set, and we have to be so grateful for it to each other. We're blessed with a lot of skill. We're blessed with a lot of passion. And I want to thank you for all of that. Let's not lose the message of furthering and evolving and growing the TOGI research. Thank you very much, people. Have a Was that 4.5 minutes? Did you type? Oh, sorry. And thank you, Basnuna, for chairing, emceeing the event.
coming to the end of the day. I bid you farewell, safe home, and thank you for being here with us. Thank you. Online, thank you very much, and we hope to see you in Cape Town next time.
I'm stopping this clip.